782 Charlie. Paul Charles Frank, 1815. Paul Charles Frank, 1815. Stand by for location. Let me 175 at Walker. Hey, pull up some more. How are you? Hello. Officer, used to get driver's license, proof of insurance. Your license on?
Yes, sir.
ID card?
That's when I went to jail. I live at town.
Okay, you got an ID card?
No, sir. I know my
What's the last name?
friend.
Spell
FREEN.
it. FREE.
NEY.
First name?
McKee's.
Spell it.
BR.
Date of birth?
825.
2591. Yeah, do you have a Texas license or you know the number? No. Do you have the ID?
No, I'm not that one.
How do you spell your last name?
O'Neill,
First name?
Breann,
BREANN.
yes, sir.
Date of birth?
January 9th, 1998.
This is how it works, okay? I smell marijuana, so I'm gonna search the vehicle, okay? If there's anything in here, just be upfront, and honest with me, we'll do a citation, we'll go down the road, okay? But if you're not honest with me, then we're probably gonna take different routes,
Yes, sir.
okay? Okay, just be sure, because I'm gonna search the car, okay? So, any pipes, grinders, any other weed, hand me that. Give me that to them. Took care of your business.
Yes, word,
Yeah,
yes.
so who's this? You? You got anything on you, sir? Okay, step that way. We'll bring the cigarette and smoke to the cigarette. Let's do that like that, okay? Thank you. I'll come back to you to call. Right here, man. Just in front of my car, okay? I don't want nobody running us over. I'm gonna pack you in. I'm gonna pack you down for our safety, okay? You got not know you're supposed to stick stuff in the phone or nothing like that, man? No kind of weapons or anything like that? You wouldn't mind just taking this out of your pocket, so. Grab your money, man. I don't want to blow off more. The smells. All right. Let's do that. Seven, 8 deaths and 1 male victim. It was good 68 to 55.
Really?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yeah. Step up here, that's on that. Come to this front. Hey, come. So you ain't got nothing on you, do you?
No, sir.
Nothing at the top, nothing.
No.
So when you just get out of jail for?
I had a warrant in 2018, so I paid $1,600 to get him.
Where?
Terry County.
When I have you so when I stopped you for, you must not have a warrant?
I think I did, but you know, I mean,
I've been running or nothing. I don't running your name on that home. Here's your hair. This is where your entrance at.
Yes, sir.
And you already out here messing up. So why are you down here?
I live in Athens. But my
Oh, you live in Athens?
Yeah. Is, that's where they are.
I really don't let me on the phone. I usually don't like that happen.
If you want to pause it right here, so at this point, we see you getting on your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
You found the gun at this point,
Yes.
and I want to go back a little bit here. When you're making your transition from the driver's side to the passenger side, would it be fair to say the defendant's pretty far away from the control car?
That's that. Yeah. Run this my man David Workman and all if he has any fellas. Last name is spelled Frebeney. First name Brookeyh. 825 and 91 big right now. Hey, come back over this way, man. Come on. Come on back over this way. No, he's walking around all the time. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. He's running. He's on foot. He's running. He's going 316. This turn went up Edgar Street. To the right. Edgar Street to the right. Hey, Natalie is following him to try to stay up with him. I'm staying here with this other one. Come here. Now, who is he?
If you're able to get the name,
You know where it's from. What? We're just gonna stay right there. I can't leave her. Oh, darn. Black shorts. She had on a white t-shirt, but you put another shirt over it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it here. We're at 12 minutes, 52 seconds in. I'm asking you a few questions, Chief. One of them, well, let me ask you, who are you still on the phone with at this point in time?
Henderson County Dispatch.
Okay. And I'm just gonna ask you, why didn't you chase after?
He'd already had a pretty big lead on me at that time. And plus, I had a weapon laying in the floorboard of that vehicle, and the passenger was still there with the vehicle, so I felt it was safer to secure that weapon, not just run off and leave it there.
Okay. So then we see you, after the defendant takes off running, we see you go back to Miss O'Neill, and at this point in time, you put her in handcuffs. Why did you put her in handcuffs?
Put her in handcuffs to where I could secure her, where I could put the weapon away and everything.
So she wasn't under arrest or anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
are you done?
Give me the phone. Right here for now. Hello. Have a seat. Hang on. Let me find that back. Where is he at? All right, still running down Willard. Is he going down that street where the water tower is? Also, he's still going Arbor Street? He's in the field? Okay, let me get out this cable and let her know the officer's coming that way. See if you can keep eyes on it. Okay. Well, and it said that she was behind him, he cut out at the water tower and went up through the woods, so up by the water tower on Willow Street. Okay. All right, I'm stuck here with her, and he was a ways away from this, so. Good note. Thanks. Bye-bye.
We stop here again, Chief, at 1449, ask a few more questions. You mentioned Natalie.
Yes,
Who is Natalie?
my wife.
Okay, and did she happen to be driving by when all this went down?
Yes.
Did she see him running away from you?
Yes, she did.
And did she follow him for a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. We also hear mention of Katie. Who's Katie?
Katie was dispatcher.
And is she your daughter?
Yes, my daughter.
So something else I want to ask you, Chief, when you pulled him out of the vehicle, and you mentioned this on the video, when you pulled him out of the vehicle, he was wearing a white tank top, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, was he put on that black t-shirt?
Yes.
And at this point in time, is it correct that you have not yet identified who he is?
Exactly.
So at this point in time, you do not know if he's been convicted of any felonies, is that right?
Yeah.
So when he ran from you like that, after you find the gun, what did you take that to mean?
My suspicion is that he knew the weapon was there, and that's why he was scared and took off running. Come here. So where was it, where was it at when you cut through the woods?
So you know where the water tower's at? There's a building, we went straight between the two, and that's when I lost him.
So he's over by the VFW or whatever that is. Cut up through there. Oh, you're fine. You try. I said you try. 'Cause I wasn't. Especially when he was already way over
I
there.
can hit him with my card, because I'm not getting out running.
I looked up and he done moved way back there, so I got that in. Cause I found a gun underneath the seat, so
He's wearing a black shirt with NASA 4 squares on it,
that's on it,
yeah. And then he has a gray tank top underneath.
you know. I remember. He's wearing a black shirt with NASA on the front of it.
4 black squares on it.
4 black square, and there's 4 black squares on the front of it.
He's wearing a gray tank top.
The black squares are,
No, it's like a.
you not counting squares. Yeah. Where he cut through that, he's gonna come out back down there on Smith Street and all of that. Cause he cut between the water tower and, VFW deal over there. Okay, thank you. That's why I tried to figure out when they. You going to work? I mean.
Causing to get here, 1737, chief. That woman you were just talking to, who's that?
That's my wife.
Okay, that you were on the phone with earlier, is that right?
Yes.
And we saw you doing something with the gun. You had it in front of you on your body cam, you were doing something with the gun. Did you tell the jury what you were doing with the gun?
I removed the magazine that was during the gun, make sure there was no ammunition inside the car, outside the gun.
And when you handle firearms, is that something you typically do to secure the firearm?
Yes. I got a name. It's spelled Arcadia just granted. She was supposed to be looking to see if he had any felony charges for me. When I looked up, he done started backing off and fixing to go. Yeah, but did you run him? Okay. Didn't come back to anything. All right, let me talk to her some more. All right. Hello? Hello? Yeah, just foot pursuit. He ran on foot. He went up. Yeah, his legs were in that car. He went up, cut across through the water tower and that building over there. And went up into the woods, so he's gonna be walking the track back there somewhere. Yeah, it's the last time was probably, Natalie followed him all the way over there, cause she was sitting here and, she said he cut between the water tower and that building. So he's probably back on the railroad track somewhere. So. Yeah. But I'm back here at the car with this girl. Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, it's gonna be even worse. Okay? I wanna know his name.
That is his name.
This is not his name.
That is his name.
Is this his last name?
Yes, he has a tattoo on his back. That is his name.
There's no record found on it.
The birthday might be on.
What's his birthday?
I don't know. I don't know his birthday. I was just dropping him off to the city. To the others. That's what he did.
You better come
That's
up
his
with
name.
You better come up with a name. If that's the wrong first name,
Name.
if that
This is, I promise you.
is that how it's spelled? IROOKYEH. You hesitate.
I don't know we don't call him that, we spell his first name. Because that's his name, Rookie, we don't know how to say it. Rookie, his name is BK.
Rookie.
Yes, I promise you, that's his name, and he has his last name tatted, I don't know if he spelled it wrong, but that looks like how it is. I do have it in the case, I need to make sure that was it. I'm not lying to you, I had 2 kids, I
What's his
was,
ID?
I don't know, you're asking me.
Yes, sir. Yeah. As long as they, the other officers that are over haven't touched anything, then we should be okay. And let me contact county's call. Yes. Yes. Cool. Probably so. I know Sladen's on his way over here, and Milcrest said he can come if we need him. So I don't know if Milcrest are coming on, but. And that officer's coming now. I don't know where they are, but all right. Big Harmon, buddy, Big Harmon. He's not in there. Closest one tender. All right. Buddy. Bye. What's going on there, Craig? Well, he took off running. Last he was seen, he went up between the water tower and the VFW that's up there. He went out towards the woods, so. Okay. Driver. That's why he ran as soon as I went to look up at the city, he took off. So. You're fine, don't worry about it. You know, we'll show up somewhere, so we'll see. All right, not a problem, bud. Diana.
Chief, I'm just gonna mute it at this point, instead of pausing it, just to save us all some time, but I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. You're filling out some paperwork right now. What is that you're filling out?
This was the impound sheet for the vehicle.
Okay, would you tell us what that is?
It's where we take inventory of the vehicle, anything that's valuable in the vehicle will listed on there. A person that was driving the vehicle, what kind of vehicle it is,
And why do you do that?
so that when it goes to the impound, they can identify which vehicle it goes to.
And something else I want to ask you, Chief. You've been on the phone with a number of people throughout this process and giving descriptions of what he looks like, what he's wearing, where he's going. Are there other officers out working for him at this point?
Lots of officers are out.
Okay, so it's not like you just let him go. There are officers out there looking for him.
Yes.
I'm gonna pause again, Chief. You just picked up the firearm. What are you doing with it at this point in time?
I'm securing the window. In the back of my vehicle.
And just, because I have to ask, that gun that you found, that is a firearm, correct?
Yes. I had one round me. Oh, sure, looking for ya. There's a big up black car. He went down, turned, went out. Last time I seen him, he was over to Wallow Tire when he cut through. Katie just said somebody seen him over on Smith Street, so.
Need help?
I don't know who owned that. I got one other one that.
You need me to say what's
so. Nah. They're not finding the
Driver or passenger?
driving, like.
Like it?
Took off on him. As soon as I located the gun under the seat, I looked up at him and he was on, he started backing way up. I said, come here, man. He took off.
So we'll go back now. You need help?
Now, we got it. Hopefully they'll locate him over there. If not, then
If you need something, let me know.
I appreciate it.
Pause again real quick, Chief. Now, Miss O'Neill, she is still in the back of your patrol car, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you end up arresting her that day?
No, they don't.
Okay, you know if she had any warrants out of useless or anything? Okay, so you would have, well, before I ask you this, we heard you ask dispatch to run his name or run her name.
No.
What does that mean?
Runs her driver's license and everything. It comes back and tells you who they are, if they have a license or not, and if they have warrants.
Okay, and can you also find out if somebody has a felony?
Yes.
Like you were asking if the defendant had any felony.
Yeah.
Now, this vehicle, it was registered to Miss O'Neill, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you ran her, was there anything in her background that would prevent her from being able to legally own or possess a firearm?
What yellow car is that? Yeah, you showed female in custody. Yes, please. One 998 is what she told me. She says he has that tattoo on his back, his last name. But you know that girl, she don't know who he is. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. I'm trying to get the car and down and stuff. I got uncrusted and all I do. I'll go drive around with him and see if I can help out. You know, if anybody's out over there, everybody. Okay. And then he's probably, if he's on Smith Street, he's already passed the train track. So, because if he went down Smith, he cut across back in towards town. So, this Smith that is down there to that field, so he's probably gonna come back down on the 316 south somewhere. I'm looking at that. Let's do this here. Down there. It is a Taurus 9mm. Get up. Right. You want? You got one out of Henderson County.
Go ahead.
I don't know yet.
Oh, they said they got to a July, but 14th, I got tickets.
You got one out of Henderson County. Okay. I wanna know who he is, and you know who he is,
I just
but
told
you don't wanna work with
the
it.
name.
That, if that was his real name, when I ran it, something would pop up,
That's his name.
if that was his
That's
name.
not even my boyfriend, we're just friends. I don't have a he just a county.
If that was his name, when I run it, something would pop up.
I don't know his name. Do you see how it is?
All right. Cause I know. that you- No. More, or
The closet here in a minute, catch up, it's freezing for some reason.
How much longer does it have just for administrative purposes?
7:38.
Okay, here's what I plan, so you're gonna finish the video and you have some more questions?
I'm gonna finish it and then I have more questions.
Okay, so what I'll do, just so the jurors know, we'll finish the video. It's almost 12:30 now, and once, when you pass him, once the state passes him for cross-examination, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. And then when we come back, Mr. Mills, you can conduct your cross-examination. All right, go ahead.
so this is it.
Is it preloaded or are you running it straight from the disk?
Running from this. Tell you what, Doug, we can. We approach real quick.
Sure.
Right now, is that what you said? Well,
But you're done with the video for now.
I'm done with the video. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to finish it on the direct.
All right, fair enough.
Chief, we'll come back to the video later. I want to ask you a few questions about Miss O'Neill. You told her at the beginning you smelled marijuana. She gave you the marijuana, right? Yes. She cooperated with you? Yes. She could have gone to jail for that marijuana, but she gave it to you anyway, right? Yes. I want to talk about the gun again. When you found it underneath the seat, you touched it with your hand, correct? And then when you were clearing it, to make sure it was unloaded, you had your hands on it again. Right? Now, at the point the video left off, you still had not identified the defendant, is that correct? Okay. With the help of other officers, were you able to positively and correctly identify him? Yes. And were you able to identify him as Brickier, Rashad, Free, Martin? Yes. So that name he gave you first, you left off the second part of his last name, is that right? Yes. And is that why you were not able to get a hit on him, or why dispatch was not able to get a hit on him because he gave an incorrect name? Correct. So since he ran, did you then get a warrant for his arrest? Yes. What did you get an arrest warrant for?
Can y'all approach?
Sure.
What did you get in? What did you get arrested? But, so what else you gonna do? Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a good time to take a break now. It's 12:31. We need to get that video loaded back up. And so we're going to take our lunch break. Why don't we just be assembled? Still in the middle of the, let's be assembled at 1:45. It gives you about an hour and 15. We still have a little bit of work to do here in the courtroom before we break. So at 1:45, just assemble like you did this morning out in the lobby. And then as you get here, then the bailiff will eventually get you into the jury room, and then we'll get started as close to 1:45 as we can. All right, y'all stay safe out there in the rain. Yeah, leave your pads. Make sure if you're out and about on the town, please wear your juror badges so folks can see them. But you do need to rise for the jury. When the jury's,
Sorry.
that's okay. It's all right. I know that hot seat's pretty uncomfortable. I've actually been on it. All right, you want to be seated. All right, we are outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys for the state, the attorney for the defendant, and the defendant are present in the courtroom. The state's witness, Chief Huckabee, is on the witness stand. And the reason the court stopped and went ahead and broke for lunch, one, it's time. But two, the state had asked a question about what he got the warrant for. And I was afraid we may get into, I actually was afraid he may say, and that is the truth, the unlawful possession of a firearm and theft of firearms. I don't know if that was something the grand jury did later or that he did. However, based upon the court's previous rulings, as well as the defendant's motion in limine, the court wanted to make sure that the chief was instructed as to what those rulings were and what he can get into. And so,
if I may, Judge, when
sure.
you get back in front of the jury, I'll ask it like this: did you get a warrant for felon possession of firearm? Leave it that.
Right. And I know, Mr. Mills, any?
That's fine, Judge. The only thing I would ask that you not do, well, sometimes they go into what judge signed the warrant, and it makes it sound like the officer took it up to you or whoever.
And they
the
have
officer
signed it,
looked
I don't
at
know.
it. I mean, the judge looked at it, and then the judge signed the warrant. It's almost like it's a comment
Right.
from the court on the weight of the evidence. So if you just leave it at that, you get a warrant for possession of firearm, Mr. Freeman, yes, we're good. I don't object to that. I just didn't want him going into how the process and how he got the warrant. He still had an affidavit, took it to Judge McKee or whoever. He reviewed the affidavit and the judge signed the warrant, and then I went to arrest him. That's what I don't want. I don't plan for that.
Judge, I'll leave it at that. Really, my last two questions are that he got a warrant for felon in possession of a firearm, and he was later arrested by Athens police on that warrant.
Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, well, I got a phone call coming. We'll recess for lunch. Anything else?
That's good.
145.
1:45.
Yeah.
Thank y'all. Hello? This is Tim.
Like trying to basically, it's so easy to go with.
No, you are now. So, Jackie's watched the video again.
Last time I had this guy, what, my guy, 50 years. He's the one that took off and left it, driving license and everything in the car, remember that? And then he went back up to the police department, played himself. And then he tried to say it wasn't from. That was that one, can't remember his name.
Jack is everything.
You good?
Yeah. Hey, Chief. Chief, I'll be right there. Oh, hi.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Hey, Melanie.
usually in the afternoon when they, if it rains, it's probably slowing them down. Yeah. Well, I had it on what, 72?
You bring him in. I don't have any witnesses out there, and I do know we need to make a record. So the passenger. You talked to me 4 times, okay? All the Jewish, user. Here's the deal. Hey, Tim, did you, take notes? Yeah. This all. Just filling in. Anything else? I'm gonna tell the judge. What we're doing.
Actually, I better put my robe on. I didn't realize it's almost 1:45 up in seats. I'm just gonna go hear this and then come back.
Just have them sitting just, yeah.
Ronnie, I know what you were thinking. You were thinking those were air filters. In that big box, yeah. I was thinking the same thing. It just dawned on me. All right, back on the record and calls number CR 21-1145-173, the state of Texas versus rookie Freeney Martin. I'm going to mess that up and I apologize. Anyway, we are outside the presence of the jury, the attorneys for the state, the attorney for the defendant, and the defendant are present in the courtroom. The jury is out in the lobby coming back from their lunch, but again, are not in the courtroom. And so there's something we needed to take up outside their presence.
Yes, sir. The two quick and easy things. There's a video from the Athens Police Department that shows where the defendant was arrested on this warrant from months later. Mr. Mills and I have agreed to play it without a sponsoring witness, have agreed to introduce it into evidence and publish without a sponsoring witness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's another easy thing. Another thing, Judge, the pin pack from TDCJ. As the court's aware, they come with they come certified, and then TDCJ staples. And with Mr. Freeney Martin, there were, I believe, 4 felony conviction judgments in that one pin pack. By agreement with Mr. Mills, what we've done is the jurisdictional felony. We have removed that from the pen pack. Copied the certification, stapled that to the jurisdictional prior, and then if we get to the punishment phase, we have the 3 jurisdictional priors. So,
On the three
I'm sorry, the
enhancement.
the enhancement paragraphs and other 38, 37.
Okay,
So just for the record, the one pen pack, we have separated into two pen packs, one for jurisdiction purposes, one for punishment.
and the one that you plan on introducing that the jury will see if they elected to take it back, that has no mention of any prior or further
Yes.
felonies? So I don't know at what point in time.
There are no other mentions of any other felony.
Okay, and Mr. Mills, any objection to do it that way?
Right, that's all correct, what you just said.
Okay, and then,
So now the not so easy part, Judge. Yesterday, the court swore in Brianna O'Neill. The state has spoken to her on 3 occasions prior to today. The investigator Quintanilla spoke with her when he served her with her subpoena a couple of weeks ago. It was last week, Ms. Carpenter, Investigator Hill, and myself went to her apartment when we spoke to her about this case. We spoke to her about this yesterday, when she came up here to get sworn. And all 3 times it had been her representation in the DA's office that she didn't know anything about that gun being in the car.
Okay.
Well, this afternoon, Ms. Carpenter is speaking to her for the 4th time. He told Ms. Carpenter about an occasion prior to the arrest where the defendant pulled a gun on her. She did not know if it was the same gun that he had in the car that he was arrested, but that is an extraneous prior bad act. I do not plan on getting into that. Well, Ms. Carpenter is taking this witness, but we're not going to get into that prior bad act. I just want to put that on the record. I'd also like for the court to admonish her as to what she can and cannot say before she testifies. But Judge, the biggest thing she told Ms. Carpenter was that when Chief Huckabee lit them up, that the defendant said to her, take the gun, it's under my seat. Get the gun, it's under my seat. So.
well, that's sure interesting. Here we are in trial and jurors sitting there. I can look at that one of 2 ways and then I'll let you respond, Mr. Mills. Is she's afraid she's going to get in trouble with all these jurors looking at her. Or she's lying, one of the 2. Either way, I don't know, Mr. Mills.
Well, just my issue is with all this is, I just found out about this a few minutes ago, but, you know, she's already apparently given a statement to her investigator, all the information, and she gave a note, which I don't have any documentation about what she told them, but.
That'd be work product though, right?
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, that's work product if it's a DA's investigator.
Right, and then apparently Mr. Hill, Ms. Carpenter, Mr. Cox went out and talked to her again at her apartment. She's supposed to have told them, apparently she didn't know anything about it then. And then yesterday, told them the same thing. And so now she's gonna come into court and testify to something totally different. And so obviously, whatever she told them, and it is now different, that inconsistent state, those 3 inconsistent statements that she gave to those people, DAs, investigators, being inconsistent, I would say that those inconsistencies, that's exculpatory evidence for me, that I need to know exactly what she said. So that when she gets up there, I will know how to impeach her. Exactly what did you say to Mr. Cox and to Ms. Carpenter? I told them 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, how can I cross-examine her if she gets, look at this one, if she gets up here and says, okay, when we got pulled over, he said, hey, the gun's under my seat and take the gun. Then I get her on cross-examination and I can ask her, didn't you tell them that you didn't? That's all I can ask her. I can't specifically go into what she told them. It's just the specific inconsistent statement that she's made. Several of them. Several inconsistent statements that she had prior inconsistent statements. And I don't know what those inconsistent statements are specifically. I know in general that she just denied knowing about the gun. But what else did she say? Were those statements recorded? I assume that they would be. I haven't seen those. I mean, that's all exculpatory information now. Before, if she's going to stick to that story, I get that's work product. But now that she's told them one thing, and then just a few minutes ago told them something else, I need to know what specifically she told them before. There's 3 different statements that I'm assuming, I would assume when the investigator went to talk to her, he recorded it. I'm assuming that when they went to her apartment with the investigator, that was recorded. The one up in Ms. Carpenter's office yesterday may not have been, you know, that's, I understand.
I
that.
say
don't know.
when I was DA or prosecutor, whenever I talked to a witness, we never recorded. If I
And I don't
was,
know, they may not be recorded.
now the investigator one-on-one, maybe.
They're not recorded. I mean, investigators typically don't record it when they go out and service. And again, our conversations with our witnesses are work product. None of it is
Right.
recorded, but
But if it's exculpatory, you have a duty to disclose it.
yes, but what Ms. O'Neill, what she told us is not exculpatory, it's inculpatory.
Right, I got you. And so is your argument that now her new statement turns that into exculpatory because it's a prior inconsistent
It's an
statement?
Right.
And
An
it-
inconsistent statement where she said, my guy, or whatever, it's an inconsistent statement. First, she said she didn't know anything about the gun. Well, I had a line of questioning about that. How could she not know about the gun? But I'm gonna get into my strategy and tip them off what I was gonna ask her, if she had stuck with that story. But now she's gonna say, as of 10 minutes ago, this, he told me to get the gun, when he lit us up, he told me to get the gun that's under my seat. So I need to, I mean, do I call Baldy and say, hey, what did she tell you? Do I mean, Miss Carpenter, call Miss Carpenter, Mr. Hill, call him, hey, what did she tell you?
Well, let me catch up because I know y'all been thinking about this. Let me catch up here. So,
Actually, I just found out about it 5 minutes ago.
right, and I found out about, Ronnie kind of told me just a thumbnail sketch of what he knew, what I was going to walk into.
So Judge, my understanding of the rules of impeachment is that Mr. Mills can ask her, isn't it true that you told Investigator Quintanilla you didn't know anything about the gun? If she says, yes, that's true, in story.
Right.
He can ask, isn't it true that you told Investigator Hill that you didn't know anything about the gun? Yes, that's true. End of story. He can ask, isn't it true that you told the state yesterday that you didn't know anything about the gun? If she admits to her falsehoods, then
You can't
that's
dive
the
into,
story.
right.
The only way Mr. Mills would be able to call other witnesses is if she denied the falsehood. If she denies her falsehood, then he can call other witnesses to impeach.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What's to keep him from calling Balde and Buddy and all that? What's to keep him from calling him?
Well, I'm gonna call Investigator Hill for another purpose. But, I mean, again, my understanding of the rules of evidence are if she admits to her falsehood, then you can't call another witness to prove up to something she's admitting.
And if I could just have kind of a caveat to that, that's generally what he said is true. But how do I know specifically what she said is false if I don't know what the first statement was? Normally, you have a statement that's written down.
Did we not get a, oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Certainly there's a statement from her that the police took when she went to jail.
No, it's all on the body cam.
Is she Mirandized and questioned?
She actually was not arrested that day, Judge. We're gonna clean up later.
I guess what I'm saying, she's given 3 inconsistent statements. But what are those statements? Normally, you have a statement, and I
I
asked
see
her,
what you're saying.
do you remember saying this? And then if she says, yep, I said that, it's inconsistent, then I agree, I can't impeach her with the prior inconsistent statement if she admits to making the inconsistent statement. If she says, no, I didn't say that, then I can impeach her with her prior inconsistent statement. But how can I impeach her with a prior inconsistent statement if I don't know what the prior inconsistent statement was?
The prior inconsistent statement it's as simple as this. She didn't know the gun was there.
I know, but what else did she say about whether or not she knew the gun was there? I didn't see it, I never saw him with
I
it.
think, well, let me ask you this. Then what's to stop you from putting her on the stand? I mean, they're gonna call her you're gonna call her, they don't, but I'm assuming they're gonna call her. She says that, because I'm sure the state's gonna cover it. She says it, you get her on cross. And she flip-flops or denies it, then you could call Quintanilla and Hill, right? I know I mean.
I guess I feel like I'm a little bit or whatever you want to call it, limited in what I can do when I don't. They say, the state says, she said she didn't know the gun was there. That's all she said. I doubt it. There's more, she said more than I didn't know the gun was there. What about that? I mean, did she say? I mean, and I don't know. I mean, I guess.
But how do I see your point, but
and
how do I
don't
fix
know-
it?
Right, and I've never called, I just found out about this. We're in the middle of the trial. How am I supposed to call detective or investigator Hill or Quintanilla, put them on the witness stand cold when I don't know what they're gonna say about what she said? I wouldn't do that. So,
Well, I think because we're in that area, and I used to make this argument, you know, in the DA's office, and say, hey, those are my investigators, this is all work product. And then Michael Morton rolls along, and all of a sudden, like, oh, it's used to be black and white, now it's kind of a gray area.
so then when they lie to the investigator and then come up in the middle of trial and tell the truth, it seems to me that I would need to go into exactly, not just what did you say you didn't know was there, okay, next question. Go into it more than that, about what exactly did she tell detective, investigator Hill, Quintanilla, or Miss Carpenter, or whatever it was. I mean, you see what I'm saying? And I don't want to call them if I hadn't talked to them. I don't have any idea. Surely they have notes about what she said. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, you go talk to a witness, you don't take any notes. There's gotta be some record of what she said.
Investigator Quintanilla made notes in our Odyssey system.
I mean, I'm not trying to, but it's
Now,
just,
that's work product, but I mean, I'll show Mr. Mills what it said.
Well, I think I mean, you at least got a little bit of notice, because she might have got on the stand and cross-examination and then said it to you, or said it during direct. And I see what you're saying. It's difficult to impeach somebody with a prior inconsistent statement if there is no written or recorded prior. So I think the remedy is wait until she testifies, see what happens. And if you need to clear it up, I think it's perfectly, and I know you don't want to call a witness you haven't prepared, but what if they don't want to talk to you? Just like any other law enforcement, they may not want to talk to you.
I mean, I can see this unwinding pretty quick here. We can call her, see what she says. I would like to see if there's some notes out there about what the prior consistent statement was. I would like to see those, to see if what she's testified to today is inconsistent with the notes. I haven't seen those.
And you don't mind, I think you don't mind sharing within those notes from Odyssey, do you?
I'm pulling up right now. You know.
Well, and let's read them into the record if they're not very long. Knowing Ballet, they might be 8 pages long. The only man I know had to change batteries in the recorder twice in one
interview.
But he's thorough. You do a search warrant, everybody else looking for drugs, he's looking for receipts in the garbage can.
All right, may I read this into the record, Judge?
Slowly, because people
Yes.
read fast.
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is from, for record purposes, this is in the notes section of the Odyssey software, our internal case management system. These are notes from investigator Keith O'Neill when he served Miss O'Neill with her subpoena on 12/28/2022. He's labeled this work product, but while serving the subpoena on Brianna Neal, O'Neill made a comment that the defendant, Rick Young, tried to get her to take the charge. I asked her to clarify what she meant by that. O'Neill indicated that he called her to ask her to take the charge. I asked her if we could do that. She stated when she was in jail. I asked her to be more specific, and she then stated that Rick has a girlfriend. When asked who was his girlfriend, O'Neill stated it was actually Menifee. O'Neill then stated that Menifee sent some other girl to come talk to her about taking the charge. According to O'Neill, Menifee was offering to get O'Neill out of jail after a few days of taking the charge for a birthday. I checked the jail calls and visitation logs and see that actually Menifee visits birthday almost twice a week. There do not appear to be any calls from the defendant while he is in jail to him. That's it. And now, as for the content of that, we discussed that within our office. That is way too much hearsay. On hearsay, we are not, or we ever planning on getting it.
Okay.
I guess we can just go ahead, call her and see what happens, and if
Yeah.
something else, I'll raise it then. I think we can get through this.
Yeah, and I think that's the appropriate way to handle it. Just, before we go getting too far down the road, let's just see what she has to say. Now, before we bring the jury back in, have you explained the court's ruling to the chief?
He was present when we discussed it.
I discussed what?
Chief Huckabee?
I know that.
Yes, how we're gonna handle that.
Oh, well, just for the record, because I I got a phone call from the VA that I had to take, and it's perfect timing. What exactly is it that he plans on testifying about?
I am going to ask him in how he was able to positively identify the defendant. If he was able to learn that he was a convicted felon. And at that point, he got a warrant for felon in possession of firearm. So I'm going to do a little bit of leading, but just to make sure there's no gray area in question.
And for the record, Chief Huckabee's here in the courtroom, and Chief, you understand I mean, and this is the uncomfortable area. I know it is as police officers because you are trained. Tell the truth, tell the truth, tell the truth. Your credibility is all you got. But sometimes we want you to tell the truth and leave certain things out, so the jury doesn't hear things that would be unfairly prejudicial to Mr. Freeney Martin. And so you understand that? Okay. Everybody good?
We're good.
Okay. So before we bring the jury back in, Chief, we can go ahead and I'd like to have the courtroom exactly as it was when they left.
Okay, one more thing. The video, Judge, I cut it off with about 7.5 minutes left. I think it's an issue with the disc because I cannot get it to upload to my desktop. I'm just gonna ask the Chief Huckabee a few questions about that. There was really nothing left on the video except for the record.
And you're also going to clear up that she was not arrested that day?
Yes,
Okay. Anything else?
no, sir.
All right. Is there any reason we shouldn't bring him in?
Don't believe so.
All right. Let's all rise for the jury. Y'all be seated. We are standing for y'all. All right, y'all may be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Trust everybody had a good lunch. Any issues? All right, well, I know I broke you for lunch, and when I went out, it was pouring down rain, so the timing wasn't good on that one. But anyway, I'm glad everybody got a lunch. And so if there are no issues, then I believe Chief was still direct examination. Is that correct? All right, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief. Just real quick, housekeeping matter. We had some technical issues with that video. But would you agree there's really not much else of evidentiary value on the rest of that recording?
Yes, there's not much of anything else.
Pretty much just the record driver coming to tow off the vehicle, is that correct? Now, I want to ask a couple more questions about how you were able to possibly identify the defendant. We established before the lunch break that other officers helped you to establish his identity, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, did Ms. O'Neill also help you to establish his identity?
yes.
How did she help?
She brought up his Facebook and everything for us and explained certain things that he went by and showed us his picture on Facebook.
Okay, so with Facebook and with the help of other officers, you were able to identify the defendant as Brigade Freeney Martin.
Yes,
Once you established his true identity, did you learn that he had been convicted of a felony?
yes,
And once you learned that, did you get a felony arrest warrant for unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon?
yes,
And was he later arrested on that warrant by the Athens Police Department?
yes.
Now, I asked you before lunch, if you arrested Ms. O'Neill that day, and you said no. Why did you decide not to arrest her?
When we were speaking with this on the LCD and helping with us finding the and let us know when it can be done.
Okay, so she helped you identify, or she helped you to, make a positive identification of who he really was.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes, sir.
Chief, I see you brought something with you to court there today, is that correct?
Yes.
Chief, I'm gonna ask you to take. Real quick, can we approach Judge? He doesn't have, I'm gonna talk to James because he can read lips. He doesn't have to be insecure. No, it's clear, but it's not like you sometimes.
Whatever the judge wants to, I'm good, but.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Chief, I'm going to ask you to remove what's inside that bag for us, please. All right, let's lay it out here on this bag. Now, Chief, the items. So. Three. I'm gonna mark this bag of state exhibit 3. Thank you. Now, the contents of state exhibit 3, Chief, ought to be, when did you first observe what's in that bag? Okay, June 4th, 2021. Okay, and when you observed it, did you collect it and did you place it into that bag? Yeah. And did you seal that bag? Yeah. And where has it been since you placed that item into that bag and sealed it? The police departments, is that a secure location? And you brought your court with you today, is that correct? And did it appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way? I think the chief that open, states exhibit 3 form, please. All right, Chief, I'm going to mark this squat bag of states 3A, and that magazine, if you would grab that for me and put it in that bag. Chief, what I've placed in this bag and marked is 3A. When did you first observe this item? Okay, did you remove it? What's inside that bag there? Yes. Okay. And did it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you first observed? Yes. Hasn't been altered and tampered with in the US. In this envelope, or not envelope, I'm sorry, this Ziploc bag, I am marking as states 3B. Rounds, did you place those in 3B? Chief, within states 3B, where do these come from?
Is in the magazine up again?
Which is 3A? Okay. And if I could get the bailiff judge to check
Sure.
on the safety of this weapon. Good man.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Chief, would I have just placed that tag on and marked as 3C, which came from states 3? When did you first observe that? 6/4/21. Okay, and you placed it into this bag as well. Besides the removal of the magazine and any live rounds in the chamber, does it appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way? You can place that back in states 3. Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer states 3, 3A, 3B, and 3C.
No objection.
3A, 3B, and 3C are admitted.
And Chief, if you would hold that up and show it to the jury and tell them what that is.
This is a 9mm handgun that was located underneath the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Thank you, sir. And 3A and 3B, what are they?
That's the ammunition and the magazine from the handgun.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Mills, cross-examination.
Officer Huckabee,
Can you use the microphone too, Mr. Mills?
Oops.
I know you talk loud, but that helps it easier.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Better?
Is this working? It comes in through her ears. You got it? No? You're good? Okay.
Officer Huckabee, you and I know each other somewhat, right?
Right.
And you and I have never spoken about this case, right?
No.
Okay, well, this is the first time I've asked you any questions about it.
Yes.
This happened, June 4th, 2021, so that would have been about, if my math is right, a little over a year and a half ago. Is that right? June of 22, so about 18, 19 months ago, something like that. And you were promoted to chief a year and 7 months ago, so I was trying to figure out if you got promoted before this happened or after
I got promoted in June.
that, 2021, so it would have been right around that time. Okay. And you made a report about this, right? And I think the report's 3 pages long, is that right? Now, Chief Huckabee, the reason that you pulled this vehicle over was that it was speeding, right?
Yes,
Inside the city limits of Eustis.
yes,
And if I recall your testimony, you said it was going 68 and a 55, is that right?
yes, sir.
So would you agree with me, Chief Huckabee, that it's pretty, whatever adjective you want to use to describe it, dumb, stupid, unbelievable, that a convicted felon would be riding around with a gun under his seat, speeding through the city limits of Houston? That'd be pretty stupid to do, wouldn't it? I mean, you would think that if somebody was a convicted felon and they had their pistols hidden underneath their seat, and they were looking at 99 years in prison, that they could at least go the speed limit through a little town like Houston. Wouldn't you agree with me? I want to ask you a couple of questions. Did they, when you went to the police academy, they, part of that was to learn, basically, the penal laws of the state of Texas, in other words, what the penal laws are, you know, what defines murder, theft, burglary, right, those types of things. And, when we think of, just kind of the general public thinks of a robbery, we think of somebody with a gun holding up somebody and stealing their property, their car, their whatever. We think of that as a robbery. Now, would you say that's kind of the general thought of the general public? Okay. But that's actually not right, is it? In other words, is kind of what we kind of refer to as a strong arm theft. You've heard that term before? A robbery is where somebody take somebody's property, and in the course of committing that theft, they commit bodily injury on the other person. They push them, they hit them, they slap them, they grab their arm and take their wallet. That's a robbery, right? If somebody uses a gun and takes somebody's property, that's not a robbery, that's an aggravated robbery, right? Those two things are totally different as far as the consequences and so forth. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you ran the report on Mr. Prenny Martin, when you ran his report or ran his criminal history check, you found out that he'd been convicted of robbery, right? Or do you remember? Okay. You don't remember what? Okay. When you got behind this vehicle, the vehicle pulled over, right? Didn't take off, no high-speed pursuit or anything like that. When you walked up to the vehicle, you first went to the driver's side, made contact with my client, right?
Yes.
And he was cooperative with you. Didn't say, hey man, why are you pulling us over? You know, start mouthing with you or being disrespectful or anything like that. He didn't do any of that, right?
No.
Okay. And a lot of times, how long have you been a police officer? Chief?
11
I'm sorry, I have a really hard time hearing.
11 years.
11 years, I heard that perfect, great. And so, in those 11 years, I'm assuming you pulled over hundreds, if not thousands of vehicles just in the course of doing your job, right?
Right.
Okay. And a lot of times when you pull somebody over and they've got, say, drugs in the car, and you make contact with the driver, they're sweating, right? Shaking, nervous, right? And I've seen that, and I don't have any reports. I made contact with the driver, he was shaking, nervous. I asked him, why are you nervous? What's going on? And that kind of tips the officer off, maybe something may be illegal going on here, right? When they're acting like that.
Right.
Okay, and in fact, that can even give you probable cause to search the video when they're acting all nervous and shaking and that sort of stuff, right? He didn't do any of that, did he?
No.
Okay. He gave you, what name did he give you? I was a little bit confused because his name is spelled kind of weird, right? I mean, Berkia is spelled weird, and then it's got Freeney Martin, actually Berkia, Rashad, Freeney Martin, right? And what name did he give you?
Remember Kia Freeman?
He just gave you Berkia Freeney. He didn't put the Martin on the end of it.
Right.
Okay. Did he give you a date of birth?
Yes.
Was that the right date of birth or the wrong?
Right.
I'm so sorry.
It's the right one.
The right one. Okay, so he just didn't put the Martin on it at the end. Okay. Would you, and the reason that you do that, that you get their name, date of birth, is so you can call back to dispatch and see if that person has any warrants, right?
Right.
You can run a check on them or run them or whatever, right? That's what you kind of call it, run them. And if it does come back that they have warrants, usually dispatch will come back and say, hey, this guy's, actually, I think they say he's 29, right? In 29, isn't that the kind of the code word for this guy's got warrants?
99.
I'm sorry?
99.
99, okay, sorry. So he's 99, that means he's got warrants. Okay. And if somebody has warrants, just in your experience, it's common if they have warrants to lie about their name, right? Lie about their date of birth sometimes, right? Because they don't want you to run their real name, their real date of birth, and come to find out, you're going to find out he has warrants, right? So people lie about their name and date of birth when they have warrants. That's pretty common, would you say? When you went up to to the driver's side and you made contact with him, you didn't see the pistol, did you?
No.
And when you went over and talked to Miss O'Neill, you didn't see the pistol, right?
No.
Okay. And so in other words, the pistol was not in plain view, right?
Right.
Okay. Plain view is a legal term that basically, if an officer, if you were to see something sitting there in plain view, that gives you a right to search the car, but you know it's in plain view, right? That wasn't the situation here, was it?
No.
So I saw you on the video when you went, you searched her side. Then you searched the driver's side. And from looking at your body cam, it looked like when you were searching, and when you found the pistol, that you were on your knees, reaching underneath the seat when you located it. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the pistol was underneath the seat, correct?
It was all the way at the bottom, in between the seat and the center console. Where when I looked under the seat, you could see the handle of the gun.
Okay. You couldn't see the pistol from the seat, could you?
No.
Okay. But if I was sitting in there, if you were sitting in that seat, in that driver's seat, you wouldn't be able to see that pistol down there, would you?
Correct.
That's because the seat kind of goes out right next to the console. Okay. But if you got underneath the seat and looked underneath the seat, then you can see it, right?
No.
Kind of like when your cell phone falls down in between the seat and right down in there. That's where the pistol was, right?
Yes.
Did you take a picture or anything like that of exactly where the pistol was? When you're looking under the seat, and do you see the pistol first, or do you feel the pistol
I
first?
see.
You saw it?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't grab it and pull it out, you looked under there and you saw it.
Mhm.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You saw it, and then you got back, and is that when you got on your phone or your radio and started to try to see if he was a felon or not, or is that when you did that?
When I seen the gun, I reached in and I pulled it down to make sure it was what it looked like, and that's when I backed out and
Okay,
looked up to see where he was at and contacted dispatch to
okay.
get information.
So when you saw it, you couldn't actually tell what it was. You reached under there and grabbed it, and that's when you could tell it was a gun.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you pull it out, or did you just leave it right
I
there?
pulled it out into the floor.
Pulled it out into the floor, and you just touched it that one time. I mean, like you reached under there, grabbed it, pulled it out, put it in the floorboard. At that point in time, that was all you'd done, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Yes, sir.
Officer, you have a gun, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of gun do you have? Pistol do you have?
Pulled it out.
A 45? Okay, so, I mean, I know a little bit about guns, you probably know a whole lot more than I do, but 9mm is obviously a lot smaller than a 45, right? Okay. 9mm, 40 caliber pistol, that's a little bit bigger, right? And a 45, right? And of course, we have 357 Magnums, 44 Magnums, those types of things, right? Then we have 9mm. Okay, and 9mm are the most, I think I saw this on the news a while back when Joe Biden was trying to outlaw guns. He said, and he wanted to outlaw pistols, and turns out that 9mm are the most popular caliber handgun sold in this country. Is that right? Okay. And this is what I would consider this. You tell me if I'm wrong. This is what I would say is a compact semi-automatic pistol, right? Okay. And the reason it's compact, the reason they call it that, you can see how little the grip is, and the barrel's shorter. This versus yours probably has a bigger grip, a longer barrel, and it's obviously more powerful. Is that right? Your 45 is versus this 9mm. You don't have a compact.
No.
Okay. You just have a regular size. How long is your barrel? Do you know?
No.
Okay. And the reason I ask this, these are the kind of pistols that someone would typically buy if they wanted to have like a concealed carry permit or something like that, right? They would buy a little bitty gun like this so they could stick it in their deal or put it on their ankle, or, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is also, these compact 9mm are also bought by women to put in their purses, aren't they?
They're bought by a lot of people.
I'm sorry?
They're purchased by a lot of people.
Well, we've established that. I didn't ask you if they were, I didn't ask you if they were popular. I asked you if they were popular. They're the most popular. But a compact pistol like this right here, these are the kind of pistols that females buy to put in their purse. Isn't that right, officer?
To be honest with you, I have no clue. I haven't looked to see how many women buy that gun.
I didn't ask you how many. Do you not want to answer this question? This is the kind of pistol that women buy to put in their purse. Isn't that right?
I can't tell you that because I don't know if that's right.
You honestly don't know?
Honestly, don't know.
Okay. Well, you know that people buy this kind of pistols to conceal carry, right?
A lot of people buy that weapon.
Officer, if you just listen to my question, I'm not trying to trick you up. I'm just asking straight up. A minute ago, I asked you if these compact pistols are bought by people typically so that they can conceal carry, and you said yes.
A lot of people buy them for security weapon. Yeah,
For what now? I'm sorry. A lot of people buy them for what?
for concealed weapons.
Yes, sir. Including women to put in their purse. Isn't that right?
A lot of people buy those guns.
Okay, you just don't want to answer that question. do you?
Objection argument.
Overruled. I'm not quite sure he answered the question that was asked. That's what I'm saying.
You, officer, you didn't take a picture with your cell phone of where the gun was, right?
No,
Okay. But at any rate, somebody who's sitting in that chair, in that driver's seat, unless they put that gun there, they wouldn't know it was there, would they?
no, they're not.
When you found that gun, officer, well, let me ask you this. You're aware, that sometimes evidence that's seized in cases is seized, taken by law enforcement, sent to a lab in Dallas where they swab it and they get a DNA off of that article, whatever it is, right?
Correct.
Whether it's a gun or clothes or you can get DNA off just about anything, right? And if you had done that and gotten the DNA off that gun and then gotten a warrant for his DNA, you could have sent that and either matched it or not matched it, right?
Right.
Okay. So if we'd have had DNA done, it would have proven conclusively either he touched that gun or he didn't, right?
Right.
And that wasn't done, was it?
No.
As far as fingerprints, you collected fingerprints before, haven't you?
Yes.
And all that you gotta do to collect fingerprints is take an object that's smooth and flat like this cell phone or that gun and dust it with some powder and put a piece of paper over it and it lifts the print right off there, doesn't it?
No.
But to do, mouth rope, John?
Yes, sir.
But to do that, you have to have a smooth, hard, dry surface, right?
No.
Okay, now we're not, you couldn't get a fingerprint off this carpet right here, okay? But off the side of this gun, anywhere along here, just about, I don't want to get one off the trigger, but barrel, grip, here. Right? Okay, did you ever dust this state's exhibit 3C for print?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have any intention of doing that?
No.
Why? This man looking at 99 years in prison and you didn't take 10 minutes to dust this weapon for fingerprints. Why?
One is because I had to handle the gun to clear it, to make sure that everything was cleared out of it. So it's a possibility that most of the prints are mine.
But you don't know unless you try, right?
Right.
And the reason that you touched it is because you're the one that touched it. Right? So if you hadn't have touched it, or if you'd had gloves on to retrieve it, then it could have been dusted for prints. Yours wouldn't have been on there.
Right.
And it might have been if you dusted, yours would have been on there. And if he had touched it, his would have been on there, right? Or if Miss O'Neill had touched it, hers would have been on there.
Right.
Or her DNA.
No,
None of that was done. None of that was done, was it?
no,
Whose vehicle was this?
yes, or no.
And earlier you said, when the officer, I saw this on the video, you said that, when the officer came up to ask you, you said you found the gun under his seat and he took off running. Well, actually, you found the gun under her seat. I mean, it's her car, right?
Sure, no,
Her car. Did you release the car back to her?
I did.
Even though she had a warrant for her arrest, you could have taken her to jail, but because she helped y'all get him, you didn't take her to jail. Right?
Right.
Let me ask you this, did she tell you she didn't know the gun was there?
I didn't ask her if she knew if the gun was there.
You didn't ask her if it was her gun?
No.
Well, Chief Huckabee, you got a gun hidden under the seat or placed under the seat by somebody, you don't know who, right?
No.
It's in her car, it's under her seat, it's her car, it's under there, it's not in plain view.
No.
And you didn't even ask her, whose gun is this?
Right.
And the reason for that, Chief Huckabee, is because as soon as you ran him and found out that he was a convicted felon, right, that's the end of the story. He's a convicted felon, so it must be his gun. He must have exercised possession of it. Let's don't even see if it's Miss O'Neill's, right? Isn't that what, when you found out he was a felon, that was the end of it, wasn't it?
That's the time I didn't know I was a felon.
Well, but you did at some point that day, you found out that he was a felon, right? You found out his real name, and then you found out he was a convicted felon, right? So to this day, you still don't know whose gun. It could have been her gun, right?
Possibility.
In her car, right? Hidden under the seat where you can't see it.
Right.
So this convicted felon over here is driving down the road in somebody else's car, and hidden under the seat he's sitting in is a gun. And because he's a convicted felon, you put the gun on him instead of her, right?
Under the seat that he was sitting in.
Okay, well, you didn't charge her with possession of the gun. You didn't charge her with possession of marijuana. Right?
Right.
You didn't take her to jail even though she had warrants, right?
Right.
Because she helped y'all finger this guy, right? And then you released the car back to her and sent her on her way, right?
Right.
Got a warrant for his arrest. Do you know when he was arrested?
I don't know the exact
Was
date.
it about a month later, or do you know?
I honestly don't know the exact.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect.
Briefly, Judge. Chief Huckabee, Mr. Mills asked you about, why reasons, or some reasons why people give fake names, and you said one of those reasons is because they might have a warrant out and they don't want you to find a warrant, correct?
Right.
This defendant, even under his true and correct name, did not have any warrants, right?
No.
Now, Mr. Mills, at the end of his cross-examination there, asked you a number of questions about why you put the gun on him. Did the fact that he ran away from you after you found it, did that also play into your determination of who possessed that gun?
Yes.
He also asked you about why you didn't arrest Ms. O'Neill for having that gun. But I believe you testified on the record this morning that there was no legal impediment to her owning that gun, correct?
Right.
So she couldn't have been arrested for having it, right?
Right.
That's what it's been.
And correct me if I'm wrong, officer, if somebody's got illegal drugs and a weapon in their car at the same time, it's okay to have the gun, just not the drugs?
No, it's not.
I'm sorry?
No, it's not.
Okay, so if somebody has drugs and a gun in the car, is it illegal to have the gun if you have drugs? I guess that's my question. I didn't ask it right.
Is it legal to have a gun?
If you got drugs in the car also,
It's illegal.
it's what?
Illegal.
Illegal.
Yes.
And she had drugs in the car, right?
She admitted that that was.
And she had a gun in her car, right? Which would have been illegal if she had had guns and a drug all at the same time in her car. Is that right? Is that what you said, or did I mishear you?
she admitted that drugs was hers,
And you never asked about the gun.
but the gun was.
So basically, it sounds to me like, then from the prosecutor's question, is that the reason that you didn't ask her about the gun was because he ran. Right?
Plays a big part in all that investigation.
Well, it wasn't that you saw the gun on him, because you didn't. Or that there's any evidence from any source that he ever touched that gun. You didn't have any of that, right?
Correct.
You didn't see any furtive gestures, right, by him. Explain to the jury what a furtive gesture is. You see people doing that all the time, right? When you pull them over, they make furtive movements or furtive gestures. I see that in reports. What is that?
But they just constantly move around and don't look at you eye to eye or anything.
I apologize, Chief. I can't hear. Will you say that again? What's a furtive movement or a furtive gesture by a defendant?
Oh, you mean as if their movements and stuff,
Yes, sir.
as far as not making eye contact?
Okay. When you pull somebody over, and I've seen this on cops, I watch this a lot of times, and they put the light on the back of the vehicle, the spotlight, and then you look in the car and you see the defendants and they're reaching down there, they're hiding, it looks like they're hiding stuff, right? You didn't see any of that here, did you?
No.
Okay. Well, it's not his car. There's no physical evidence like prints or DNA that he ever touched that gun. It's under the seat where you can't see it unless you get down and look. You didn't see any furtive gestures or furtive movements by him. It looked like he was trying to hide the gun, right? All that correct?
Not once I caught up to them, no.
Okay. Well, right, of course. You don't know what he was doing before you caught up with him.
Right.
Okay. And so really, the only evidence that you had in your mind that he's in possession of that is that he's a convicted felon and he ran. Right? That's it. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Pass it.
Redirect.
I have no other questions, Judge.
All right, may he be excused subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
And has the rule been invoked? I can't.
I think I did the other day.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, well, Chief, you are excused, however, subject to recall. The rule has been invoked. Of course, you know that means you can't discuss the case with anyone other than the lawyers unless there's permission, and you can't remain in the courtroom while there's other testimony going on. So I'm sure we've got your number. If we need you, we'll call you. Thank you, sir. Just leave it all there. Yes. State's next witness.
Stakeholder Buddy Hill.
Okay. See you in the lobby or in your office.
He's in the office.
Okay.
I sent him a text.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hill, if you'll approach the bench, allow me to swear you in. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, make yourself comfortable, and please use the microphone. Is it your witness, Mr. Cox?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when he's ready, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Hill. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Michael Douglas Hill Jr.
And do you go by Michael or do you go by another name?
I go by another name,
What's that other name?
Buddy.
Okay. And how are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the Henderson County District Attorney's Office.
So you work with Ms. Carpenter and I, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been an investigator with the district attorney's office?
Since January the 1st of 2021,
Prior to your time with the district attorney's office, how are you employed?
I was employed by the Athens Police Department.
What did you do for the Athens Police Department?
Oh, I did a lot. I started out in 1991 as a patrol officer, worked my way through the ranks. In 2006, I was named the chief of police, and I served in that capacity for a little over 14 years and retired in 2020.
Okay, and after your retirement, is that when you came to the district attorney's office?
That's correct.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state?
I
How long have you been a licensed peace officer?
almost 32 years, since 1991.
And would you tell the jury what some of your job duties are as an investigator for the district attorney's office?
Sure. As an investigator for the district attorney's office, we assist local law enforcement agencies with investigations. Sometimes it's assistance with search warrants. Sometimes it's a little more in-depth or detailed investigation than what your agency can perform on their own. We interview witnesses, we follow up on the reports that they file with us for prosecution. So it's basically a typical police officer's job. We're not out there writing tickets and stopping cars and looking arrests. We're on the other end of it. We're taking the cases that they file with our office and answering the unanswered questions and trying to find more information to get ready for prosecution for trial.
Investigator Hill, are you familiar with the term pen pack?
I am.
Would you tell the jury what a pen pack is?
So a PIM pack is short for penitentiary packet. And basically, it's the paperwork when someone is convicted of a crime and sentenced to a prison sentence. It's the paperwork that gets sent to the prison that accompanies them pretty much for the rest of their life. It includes the diagnostic and classification information that the Texas Department of Criminal Justice performs whenever they're brought into the prison sentence. It'll contain photographs, fingerprints, their judgments and convictions of the crimes that they've been convicted of.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And also, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 4, which is a certified copy of a pen pack from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Okay.
May I see it?
Yes, sir.
States 4 is admitted.
Chief Hill or Investigator Hill, I'm going to show you what is marked, or has been admitted now as State's Exhibit 4. Tell me what this page is.
That's the judgment of a conviction by the court.
Okay, and who is the defendant in that?
Brookie or Brookie A, I'm not sure how to say it. Bring this name.
And what is the cause number on that?
The case number on it is F as in Frank 1475980.
And which court did that come from?
It comes from the Criminal District Court number 2 out of Dallas County, Texas.
And if you flip the other page over, what was the date the judge signed it?
March the 30th of 2015.
And I should have asked you this earlier, what was the offense for which the defendant was convicted?
Robbery.
Is that felony offense?
It is.
And the first page here after the certification, you tell us what that is.
It's a series of photographs of an individual. It looks like probably taken in the prison system, maybe during the classification or diagnostic phase.
And how are those photographs labeled?
They're labeled with a name.
What's that name?
The last name is Franny Martin, and the first name is Brookie A or Brookie, and the other name is Rashad. Thank you.
One more thing, Judge, may I approach you?
The witness or the bench?
The evidence and the witness.
Oh, sure.
Forgot we have to do some math, investigator Bill. I didn't tell you about this part, did I? Date on that judgment signed by the court on March 30th, 2015, correct? Correct. And down here, there's a space for time credit. Would you read those dates?
It says time credited from 6/28/2014 to 3/27/2015.
Okay. What is time credit, just so the jury understands?
So sometimes time credit can be the time that a defendant spent in the county jail while he was awaiting trial or while he was awaiting transfer to the prison after conviction.
Okay, and that credit goes toward their sentence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how many years was this sentence for?
6 years.
Okay, now, if I told you I did the math for you, and that's roughly about 9 months of credit, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so sentenced in March of 2015, got 9 months credit. Would you agree that his sentence would expire sometime around the end of 2020, beginning of 2021?
I would say that's correct.
And then 5 years from that would be end of 2025, beginning of 2026. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
That wasn't so bad, was it? Okay. The investigator, your understanding of the law that a convicted felon is not allowed to possess a firearm for the first 5 years after they're released from prison or the termination of their parole.
Away from their home, that's correct.
Correct. They cannot own one away from their home.
Correct.
Actually, no,
They can't possess one away from their home.
or anywhere. After 5 years, they can possess one at their home, correct?
I'm gonna say I think they can possess one at their home. You may be correct, but I would have to read the law to confirm that.
Okay, but regardless, can't possess one in a car in Eustis, Texas, for the first 5 years after you're released from prison or the termination of parole.
That's correct.
Investigator, I want to shift gears a little bit. You're the chief of police, is that correct? That's correct. And you also worked in CID.
I did.
What is CID?
Criminal investigation, we did
I'm being a detective, is that correct?
exactly what it is.
Okay. Typically, in cases like this, a felon in possession of a firearm, typically are fingerprints taken.
From the firearm,
Correct.
typically no.
What kind of cases are fingerprints typically collected?
Off of the firearm,
Yes, sir.
for like a homicide or maybe an aggravated assault, if the weapon was used in the commission of the crime.
What about DNA? Is DNA typically collected in a case like this?
No.
What types of cases are DNA typically collected?
Sexual oriented offenses, again, homicides, more major crimes.
You said sexual assaults, things like that.
Correct.
In your experience, both as, let me ask you this first. The crime labs in this state, did you say they're busy or not very busy?
They are very busy.
If we were to ask them the fingerprint of gun in a case like this, what would they tell us?
There can speculation.
In a case like this,
Yes.
if he knows from experience, I'll allow him to answer the question.
Do you know from experience how the crime lab treats cases like this?
I do.
Would they test this or would they tell us, sorry, you're out of luck?
It would be either very low priority on the list or you'd be told that, you know,
They're not going to.
you know,
Same thing with DNA in a case like this.
correct.
May I approach the evidence, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Hill, would you say if somebody, if a number of people handle a certain item, like say a firearm, would that make it more or less likely that you would get fingerprints off of that?
It's kind of hard to say. So you may get, the fingerprints that are on the gun, the more it's handled, the greater the probability is that those fingerprints are going to be damaged and made unreadable or illegible.
Okay. Smeared, in other words.
Smeared.
Okay. And you've been to you've been to fingerprinting analysis school, is that correct?
I am.
And again, one more thing, investigator, going back to the crime lab. And their policies towards, fingerprints and DNA in non-homicide, non-sexual assault cases. I don't want to paint them in a bad light. Would you disagree that that's for a lack of resources?
It's a lack of resources and probably an overabundance of the items that need to be analyzed.
Have a moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
One more thing, investigator, in your experience, what are some reasons why a suspect would not give a police officer his full and correct name?
Well, if they're trying to cloak and veil their identity, for whatever that reason might be, whether they have a warrant, whether they have previous criminal history that they were trying to disclose.
Reject speculation and relevance.
The original question of why would someone
In your experience, why do people typically?
overruled in his experience?
In your experience, again, why do people typically give a fake name or not a true complete name?
If they have a warrant for their arrest, if they have part of their identity that they're trying to conceal, such as a previous criminal history or something like that.
That's what you said.
Mr. Mills, cross-examination.
Yes, sir, thank you. Investigator Hill, you and I have known each other for a long time, right?
Long time.
And I'm gonna ask just a few questions. Basically, it's my understanding from your testimony that the crime lab in Dallas that does the DNA analysis, that they are overworked, understaffed, under budgeted, and don't have enough resources or time to do a DNA analysis on cases that they deem not as major or as important as, say, a murder case or a sexual assault case. And so therefore, on a case like a possession of a weapon, they wouldn't test that for DNA. Is that an accurate statement from what you said?
That's close.
Okay. But whether they would or they wouldn't, you wouldn't know that until you sent it up there to them to ask them to test it, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. You know, you can get a court. Have you ever seen a court order gotten where a judge signed a court order for the lab in Dallas to test this, whatever DNA test? You ever seen that?
I don't know that I've ever seen a court order where a judge is ordering a state lab to test something.
Okay. Fingerprints. You don't have to send fingerprint. You don't have to send anything to Dallas to the lab to compare fingerprints, do you? You don't have to, do you?
You don't have to send it to the lab to compare fingerprints.
Right. In other words, if you had a gun that was dusted for prints and you were able to lift the prints off of that weapon, and you had that'd be transferred to, I guess, a card, right? And then you could go get the prints from my client, for example, and then you could compare those two cards to see if the prints match, right?
Good.
Or do you know how to do that?
I do.
Are you certified to do that?
I am.
Okay, so if, for example, Chief Huckabee had dusted that weapon for prints, he could have brought that up here to Athens, Texas, and given it to you, and you could have compared the prints off of that gun to Mr. Martin's prints, correct?
I could, if there were prints that were retrieved from the weapon.
That's right. And the prosecutor asked you, well, the more people that handle the weapon, the less likely it is you're gonna get a print. seems to me the more people that handle the weapon, the more prints that are gonna be on it. Is that right?
There will be more prints, so they may not be viable prints.
Right. And all you have to do to find that out is simply dust that weapon and see if they're on there, correct?
That would be one way to do it. Yes, sir.
Are there other ways to do it too?
There's other ways. I mean, there's chemical agents that sometimes raise fingerprints or make them more visible.
There's all sorts of little things you can do to, if a print's not quite showing up, to add chemical agents to what to get it to come up where you can lift it. Is that right? Sort of?
Not necessarily. You won't necessarily make them come up, but you might be able to make them more visible.
Visible, okay. At any rate, they can, you can, sometimes they're visible easily, sometimes you have to do more things to make them visible, right?
Right.
And that's something that can be done, and lifting prints, that can be done in just a matter of minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then you can compare those prints to his prints in just a matter of minutes, right? There's no sending it to Dallas to the lab to get some chemist to do something. I mean, y'all can do that right here in that office, right over there. Couldn't you?
Right, I could do.
Or the
I could
sheriff's
look at-
department.
I could look at prints to compare.
Right, or you can take it over to the sheriff's department over here and they can do it over there, right? Now, Investigator Hill, I want to ask you, let me shift gears with you just a second. As part of your duties with the DA's office, part of your duties and job, things that you do is, you go out and you interview potential witnesses, correct?
Right.
You serve subpoenas on potential witnesses, correct? A lot of times when a witness will come up here and talk to either or to one of your prosecutors, or a lot of times are you in the office when that conversation is taking place?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you ever record those conversations?
I don't record those conversations.
Okay. Are you familiar with a lady named Brianne O'Neill?
Brianna O'Neill, yes,
Yes,
sir.
She's fixing to be called as a witness in this case, isn't she? Or you think
As far as I know.
potentially?
Right.
Okay. How many times have you met Brianne O'Neill? How many times? Twice. When was the first time?
It was last week, I believe. We had to go to her house and talk to her, myself, Mr. Cox, and Ms. Carpenter.
Okay. So who all went to her house last week?
Us three, myself.
You, Mr. Cox, and Ms. Carpenter. Okay, and was that, she'd already been served with a subpoena, right, by your other investigator back in December, I believe, December the 28th, 2022.
That's what I was told.
Right, so she'd already been served with a subpoena back in December of last year by the other investigator in your office, correct?
Correct.
So she was ordered to be in court yesterday, whatever day it is, I guess Monday, right, with that subpoena.
Correct.
Okay, but last week, a month after she served, almost a month after she served the subpoena, you, Ms. Carpenter, Mr. Cox, go to her apartment
Correct.
to interview. I'm assuming, right?
I'm assuming. I just drove them over there.
Did you go in?
I stood there while they talked.
Well, so you were there when the conversation was taking place?
Yes, sir. Judge, were you heard?
Yes, sir.
He can testify, I'll recall him.
If you need to.
I mean, no, I don't know where it's going, but if you need to assert that objection, I'll roll with it. Whatever.
This is getting into the
Yeah,
DA.
but I don't know because I think you have to object to the question. We objected to this whole line question, but he's already answered some. Do I need to send a jury out or?
Then I'll ask a question and he can object.
Okay.
So let me just back up just so we make sure what the last question was. So you were present at Miss O'Neill's apartment with Mr. Cox and Miss Carpenter when they spoke to her, and you heard that conversation? Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And when did that take place?
I believe it was last week.
Last week? And at that time, Miss O'Neill denied any knowledge of that,
Say,
of that gun in the car. Isn't that right?
Hold on a second. Here's what I'm gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. We normally take a 3 o'clock lunch. I know our time's all messed up because we have 3 o'clock lunch, 3 o'clock break. We're gonna go ahead and take that mid-afternoon break now. Please remember the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or remain in the listening area of anyone discussing the case. When you take the break, you can be either in the jury room or you can be in the lobby, but you can't be in both. So we'll take 15 or 20 and then we'll reconvene. Thank y'all. I said you can't be in both. You can't be in the courtroom. Sorry. We don't have any witnesses on this side of the building, do we? If we do, just make sure they're not there.
There's one.
All right, y'all can be seated. Make sure that door's shut. We shut, we good, Ronnie? All right, well, while you're doing that, we are outside the presence of the jury and Investigator Hill is on the stand. There's been an objection as to work product. Actually, there's been an objection as to hearsay.
I'm not offering the statement for the truth, obviously it's a lie, so I'm not offering the truth, I don't know what or not, but I'm not offering it for that purpose.
And the reason I sent them out is because if there's going to be a proffer of what was said, I'm sure then there's going to be another objection as to work product. I know I read this a long time ago when I was DA because I guarded my investigators' notes as they were work product. But is there not an exception somewhere if the investigator is providing a law enforcement function under Michael Morton? I can't remember what Michael Morton, I know it.
Judge, before we even get into the work product aspect of this is inappropriate impeachment. She had not testified yet. So asking him anything about what she said is textbook hearsay. Because he is offering it for the proof for the truth of the matter asserted, which is that he lied to, or that she lied to us.
But she hasn't lied yet.
Exactly. So it's an inappropriate hearsay.
Well, then how is it if he's not trying to, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
He's setting it up for an impeachment, but right now, this jury knows nothing. And right now, legally speaking, she has not done anything. So let me go back to your original objection. If it's hearsay, then I have to say, well, is it relevant? And then is it often for the truth of the matter asserted? Because right now, the jury doesn't know that. I don't know if we have no idea until she testifies. And so you put him on the stand. Would it not be fair for him to say, but I'm not quite sure how you said it, well, did anybody ask her if it was her gun? Because the officer sure didn't. I think that's where he's going. And so I get what you're saying, but this is not impeachment yet.
But Judge, that is still hearsay. He's asking her.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So let's get because certainly we can all see it from a mile away if she says what she's going to say, but you can't hold him to impeachment and prior inconsistent statement if she hasn't testified yet.
He's asking her for an out-of-court, he's asking Investigator Hill to testify to an out-of-court statement.
Offered for the truth of the matter asserted, which I'm not doing.
Then what's the purpose?
Then what is the purpose then?
Whether or not she knew the gun was there has to do with whether or not you knew whose gun it was. I mean, that's the other officer. Did you ask her if she knew the gun was there? Did you ask her whose gun it was? No. Did Detective Hill, anybody ask her if she even knew the gun was there? She didn't know it was there.
So anything that she would have said about the gun would be hearsay.
I'm not offering it for the truth. My position is that the gun was hers. She knew the gun was there and then put it on him. And so when she says, I didn't know the gun was there, I'm not offering that for the truth. I'm offering that to show that that's not true.
Then if he's asking the state's witness about what she said about the gun, that's hearsay.
Well, let me ask, Bill,
Not if it's not offered for the truth of the matter, and I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter. I'm not offering it to show that she didn't know it was there. My position is she did know it was there.
So this is a hearsay objection, not a work product objection.
At this point, yes.
Okay, what did she, well, then elicit the testimony outside the presence of the jury. I'll allow him to question him outside the presence of the jury about what she said, if anything. And then I'll have to make a determination as to whether it's hearsay or not.
So Officer, or Detective Hill did, Investigator Hill, I'm sorry.
Chief, whatever.
Buddy. So when you went up there with Ms. Cochran and Ms. Cox, and you were listening to the conversation, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, were you part of that conversation, or were you just listening?
At times I was.
Okay. Did anybody ask her if she knew the gun was there?
They did.
You did?
I believe I did.
Okay, and what'd she say?
She didn't know anything about.
She didn't know anything about the
She
gun?
didn't know anything about the gun. We wanted to see.
Yeah, that's all that's all I want from you, really.
So Judge, then it's impeachment before we even get there.
But it's not. I see what you're saying, but there's no one to impeach.
So, Your Honor, my understanding of the rules of impeachment, if she admits on cross-examination that, yes, I did not tell the DA's office that I knew anything about that gun, or I told them I didn't know anything about that gun. If she admits to that, end of story. She has successfully been impeached. If she denies it, then this testimony that he's trying to get from Investigator Hill would be admissible. But she has not yet had a chance to confirm or deny the previous inconsistent statement. So he's skipping a step in impeachment here.
Problem is, they called him first, and they called him. If they had called her, and then she said, she admitted to what he just testified to, then I somewhat agree with him. I couldn't go back into it with him to try to impeach her. She didn't even testify. So I don't know if I don't know what's, I do know.
Well, but
She could get there and change her story again.
But that's why he'd be subject to recall. If he needs to recall him to impeach him, he can. But he's trying to impeach my witness before she's even had a chance to confirm or deny the previous inconsistent statement.
I'm not trying to impeach his witness because his witness hadn't testified yet. I'm trying to listen to this witness, what she told him, not offer for the truth. That's what she told him.
Well, let's not get prior inconsistent statement mixed up with just regular impeachment. I mean, we just heard a whole bunch of testimony from through cross-examination, why he didn't ask her whose gun it was. I don't know how, I mean, I see how you can call it impeachment, but technically it's not. So the next person you call is another law enforcement officer. And the same question, did you ask her if it was her gun or she knew whose gun it was? How is that any different?
That question would be different. Did you ask whose gun it was? That's fine. But then to get into the answer, her answer whose gun it was, or if she knew anything about it, again, he says he's not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, I kind of see it.
No matter what her answer is, if she says, yes, I knew it was there, it was mine, then it's the truth of the matter asserted, it's her gun. If she says, no, I didn't know anything about it, then he can impeach her on her testimony.
Right.
Yes, but she first has to be offered an opportunity to confirm or deny the previous inconsistent statement.
Well, then if that were true, you'd never be able to ask a witness a question that you knew they were going to either lie or that there's a different answer. I mean, you never know you never know what a witness is going to say. You just don't. I mean, you think you know what they're going to say. So let's say Mr. Mills does know that there's a really good chance that she's going to say, I never told them the gun was mine. Right? Or there's a really good chance that she's going to say, I never told them that it was his. How is it impeachment to ask another law enforcement officer that you called, did you, after there's this whole line of testimony that was unobjected to about whether Chief Huckabee asked her that? I don't understand how this is any different. I understand your hearsay objection, but as far as improper impeachment, I don't understand that. I know you can't. I did this in Mark did it one time in a murder case. We called a witness for the sole reason to impeach that same witness. And I know the Court of Appeals said we did something wrong, and I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't harmful error, thank God. But it's not his witness. It's a law enforcement officer that questioned the same witness. He's asking the same questions he did of Chief Huckabee. What's the difference?
Did Chief Huckabee, we asked him, he ask her, who's gonna go? There was no response from her. He never even went there. This is an officer, he's getting testimony. What did she say? That's different. Huckabee never even asked her whose gun it was. That makes the difference. It's offering for the truth of the matter asserted that she's said this.
I mean, I would agree with you that for impeachment purposes, I'm pretty sure that hearsay can come in for impeachment purposes. Do y'all agree with me there? Maybe I'm wrong on that.
I think so.
The government shut us down from so long as I had to do all these objections, couldn't hold a trial. But so I don't think it's improper impeachment. Now, it may be hearsay, but I mean, officer, did you ask her? So what if he asked Investigator Hill, did you or anyone there? Well, I guess if you say anyone there, it could violate work product. Did you ask her if she knew whose weapon it was?
Judge, that's kind of what I don't think I'm doing a good enough job.
Well, I may not be in a good, I'm really trying to hear both arguments.
My point is, regardless of what the answer is, he's asking it for the truth of the matter, sir. It's either the answer is, Mr. Neal said it's my gun, and then it's truth of the matter, sir. Or the answer is going to be, she denied knowing anything about it. Then you can use that answer now for impeachment purposes. It's the truth of the matter, sir. So either way.
But he has to do that with her.
Correct, and he hasn't done that.
Yeah, but this is not
They keep saying it's for the truth of the matter asserted. The answer to the question is, did you know the gun was there? And her answer, no, I didn't know the gun was there. I'm not offering that for the truth. In fact, I'm offering that to show that it's not true.
Exactly, which then becomes the truth of the matter asserted on impeachment.
I don't know, I mean, hearsay gets kind of complicated, but I just know. that
Hearsay gets-
the statement is, I'm not offering it for the truth of that statement.
I think we tend to overcomplicate hearsay sometimes, and I used to say that most people don't understand it and that I thought I did. But
For example, if I ask him a question and then he gives, yes, there was a hearsay statement that I was offering for the truth of what was said, that exonerated my client, then yes, I can see that would be offered for the truth of the statement to help my client. That would be hearsay. That's not the case here. My position is that she lied to this officer, and I'm just trying to show that the statement was made. I'm not offering for the truth of the fact of what was stated, just that it was said. So that when she gets up here and says something different, I don't have to call Investigator Hill back.
He's not going anywhere. His office is in the same.
Well, I understand. Walk into this hornet's nest. They called you in here.
statements that are not hearsay, and this is under 801. I mean, we all know what hearsay is. I don't have to read that. Well, we all know what the definition of hearsay is. I'm not quite sure anyone quite knows what it is. I've always said, I think that the rules of evidence need to be totally loosened because jurors are smart people. Let them figure it out. They're a lot smarter than us sometimes. Statements, a declarant witnesses prior statement. This is things that are not hearsay. The declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. Is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. When offered in a civil case, was given under penalty of perjury. When offered in a criminal case, was given under a penalty of perjury at trial. 2, and that's a prior inconsistent statement, I would assume. 2, an opposing party statement. The statement is offered against an opposing party and was made by the party in an individual or representative capacity. Is one the party manifested is adopted or believed to be true.
That's like a statement that the defendant makes against himself. That would
Right.
be hearsay.
And so not considering the hearsay, and I know I got a rule on that, but I don't think it's improper impeachment. I mean, he just said, he just asked the very same questions of the officer. So let me ask you this, how's that not hearsay?
Because the definition that the court just read, it's when the declarant has testified, and the declarant he's asking about is Ms. O'Neill. She hasn't testified.
Right. No. I know what you're saying, but I mean, I get you, but would it not have been hearsay when he asked the officer the same question?
Who's he, Mr. Mills?
No. When Mr. Mills asked Chief Huckabee, did you ask her whose the gun was? How's that not hearsay?
Just because I didn't object to it then doesn't mean I can't object to it now.
Then if you open the door.
Maybe through Chief Huckabee, but I don't see how that opens the door through this witness.
But there was no hearsay because he didn't answer the question.
That's correct, and now he can answer, yes, she said something, but not specifically what it was. But then that is hearsay.
Okay, so I understand the point. I mean, it's a fine point that rides the line, but I mean, we're treading on a number of different legal issues here. So I'm going to sustain the objection to the hearsay objection to the question as asked. But I think you disagreed if he asked, did you ask her? What did you plan on asking?
Did you ask her, or did you know, just what I did a second ago, did you have were you part of the conversation? Yes. Did you ask Miss O'Neill if she knew the gun was in the car? Yes. Did she tell you she knew the gun was in the car?
Or did she give you an answer?
Did she give you an answer?
And it's either yes or no.
That's right.
And I think anything after that, what she said would be hearsay. Unless she said it's my gun, then it could be a statement against interest.
I mean, if she said that, that would take Brady and all sorts of things.
Right, no, I know.
But, I'm okay with, did you ask her about the gun and did she give you an answer? I'm okay with that. I don't want to get into the content of her answer.
I want to ask you, did you ask her if she knew the gun was in the car? Yes. And what did she say?
I'm going to object to, I think what she said is hearsay.
Yeah, what she would say is hearsay. Then you can ask her about the conversation. But even then, see, here's the problem we get into, because even then, I mean, is there a hearsay there? That's why I don't like the hearsay rule, because you get into some really critical issues and.
No, at that point, I think it's valid impeachment.
Okay, so I'll allow you to ask that, Mr. Mills, but I don't want you to ask him what was her answer. Did she give you an answer, yes or no?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna take a short restroom break, and then if anybody else needs one, and then we'll about 5 minutes, and then we'll start up again.
I'm substituting investigator Hill for investigator Miller. So I had a brief and that kept coming up and I'm like.
She could probably get somebody else on this gun. There's text there. Small portion here. Doubtful there because it's curved. This. See all that is. Yeah, she'll talk about that. So that's very small. You don't have to compare it. Depending on if you grab it here or if you grab it here. You grab it here, just in a big chunk. It's clear on everything or damaging like that.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm gonna get shot.
nothing else, it helps me with the next case. You know, maybe.
Never understood why you don't sprinkle a little powder on there.
Oh, boy.
I never understood why you don't sprinkle a little powder on there just to see the view. And then
Said try. In there.
try.
Just-
But I thought it was real simple too, they filed.
Oh. Well, it was gonna be simple until, let's see. What was the first thing? Oh, yeah, you found that video,
Yeah.
and then you had to look and change your story and all the time. So it wasn't my fault. It was simple. It's your side that's not you, but your side is making it.
So here's number. I'm gonna go green.
Yeah.
And I want to do Rockies, Rockies and Rockies. One of the different. So, in other words, I don't want to miss it.
Oh.
Yes. I'll just recall. Yeah.
I know, right? Coming back my foot.
Oh. 30 minutes.
You take the water cooler.
No, we don't want to drain it. You leave the juice on.
We'll put up with that.
Oh, I totally missed it.
I don't know. That's good.
Did you bring snacks for everyone, Melvin? Did you bring snacks for everyone? That was
It's like something organic.
So I got tricked into eating protein chips one time. I couldn't scrape it off my tongue fast enough. It was terrible.
Amy made, mashed potatoes out of cauliflower.
And I've had those.
Oh,
You didn't like them? Well, she must have done something, because I've had them before and they were great.
they were good, and I couldn't get enough butter, salt, pepper on them. It
So
still
don't give
tastes
up,
like
don't
shit.
give up. Maybe she just needs a little training on that.
Maybe she didn't do it right.
Make a pizza crust out of it, that cauliflower.
I've never had that.
Yeah, I've seen that. It
Cauliflower rice.
doesn't really have, it's more the texture, it doesn't have a taste.
I've had the cauliflower rice before.
Yeah,
It's pretty good.
I did make cauliflower, fried, shrimp fried rice.
I mean, what's the point of cauliflower crusted pizza if you're gonna put cheese and pepperoni on it?
Well, no, it's sugar-free.
Cheese.
Yeah.
Fat-free
and-
cheese
and-
or whatever.
And it's
Veg.
special. Yeah. Not regular, not marinara.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear with the breakdown, substituted investigating field for investigating?
Oh, I didn't know that.
You're now,
What do you mean?
you-
They're substituted.
you've replaced them.
You know, Robert Perkins.
Yeah.
We had, had a trial, he was defending the guy in 241st, you see that, felony case. Very kind of guy, not, jury left, Judge tells the defendant he's released, and blah, blah, blah. The guy says to Robert, so does that mean I get my gun back? Where to go? I mean, I get my gun back. No.
In my case, I was asking some new questions. Brian didn't get. This is kind of going back to the judge asked, why didn't I object? And you asked, so I asked some new questions. Brian didn't object. And then Brian calls me.
Don't get to these. Doug.
I didn't object to his question.
Too much.
No, you're fine. I just read some more case law and hearsay and stuff. No, we're all there. The problem is that the courts of appeals will say, well, if it's not offered about the truth of the matter asserted, but what they said, if it stands for another purpose. And so I'm comfortable with the ruling, but I just hate the hearsay rule. I really do.
I'll do it just like the court said, and then I can handle it that way, that's fine.
Yeah, because I think what will end up happening is I don't know what she's, I was gonna go with, I don't know what she's gonna say, but if she said what you said she's gonna say, or everybody's told me she's gonna say, then I think it opens the door to this other stuff.
I'll ask you, did you ask her if you knew the gun was there, and did she give an answer? Not what her answer was, but did she give you an answer?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah. And then we have to end there. We ready? He didn't mean to go on that. All right, y'all may be seated. Mr. Mills, the investigator, still your witness.
Thank you. Investigator Hill, let's back up kind of where we were, where we left off. So it's my understanding that I believe you said that you met with Miss O'Neill twice, is that right? Have you seen her twice?
I've seen her twice.
Okay. And the first time was when you and Ms. Carpenter and Mr. Cox went to her apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all go inside or did you stay outside?
We stayed outside.
Y'all just stayed outside? About how long did that meeting last? 5 minutes, okay. What was the purpose of that?
That's some questions I wanted to talk to her about.
And you were a part of that conversation?
I was.
And did you specifically ask Miss O'Neill if she knew the gun was in that car?
I did.
Without saying what she said, did she give you an answer?
She did.
That's it.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Hill, want to go back to fingerprints. You used the word viable print, or two words. But the term viable print, would you tell the jury what a viable print is?
So a viable print is basically a latent fingerprint, it's latent when you can't see it. A latent fingerprint that can be dusted or have a chemical agent applied to make it visible. And it contains enough classifying criteria that it can be matched to another print to make a comparison. So, for example, if you have just a very small portion of the print, or if there is a smudge or something wrong with the subsurface that the print is applied to, that makes the print not readable or not liftable or not identifiable, then that would not be a viable print if you tried to lift it.
May I approach the evidence and the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So viable prints, Chief Hill, if I were to take like a corner of my pinky, just a corner of it, did you get a viable print off of that?
No.
Why not?
There's not enough classifying criteria. There likely would not be enough friction ridge present in the print that you lift to be able to make a comparison.
If a surface isn't smooth, would that affect your ability to get a viable print?
Right.
Why?
Because if it's a rough or textured surface, then you don't have a good flat, smooth surface that the print can leave its mark to be able to make a comparison.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3C. Specifically, the handle of the gun. Is that a smooth surface?
So the grip area is not a smooth surface. It appears to have a texture to it, and also this the way it's made down back where the magazine goes into the gun is also ridged.
Okay, and there's also an indentation right there. Is that correct?
There's an indentation right there, which will also not be really conducive to being able to lift the fingerprint off. Basically, the whole lower of this gun has that plastic texture feel. It's not smooth, and likely will allow the print.
And then the slide of the gun, is that a smooth surface?
Part of it is.
Okay, what part is not smooth?
The part that's not smooth are the raised edges here on the back of the slide that are typically used whenever you are cycling the gun for friction, for grip. Here on the side where the manufacturer has imprinted their name and it's a model where it was made, the insignia, the word slim, that's got some, it's engraved with grooves, so it would not be a very good surface to get a print off of. On the other side, there's another area that has the manufacturer's name, the model number,
Serial number.
serial number, and so those things would also affect the ability to lift the print in those areas.
Okay, so you would not expect to be able to get a viable print off those
Areas, no.
What areas could you get a viable print off of?
Possibly off the top here, in this little portion that's towards the rear, and also the portion that's towards the top, the front of the firearm. Even these small pieces on the side here, right above where the body connects to the slide or inserts into the slide, those are smooth, but they're very small.
Not big enough to get a viable print.
Typically, you would not, that would be a place you could get a print off. Right below the top of the barrel, this area is smooth too. It's kind of concave. You may be able to get some print off there, but there again, it's a very small one.
Like again, like the size of the quarter.
Right. Even my little finger fills up the whole area right there, and so I don't know that you'd be able to get it.
Okay. Also, investigator, somebody were to put their hand on the top of this and pull it back, pull the slide back, to clear the gun, would that affect your ability to get a viable print off the top?
It could. Any prints that have been previously placed on the top, the best surface possible for getting a print off that gun could very well be damaged. Those prints could very well be damaged by the normal slide action of the gun.
By somebody going like that?
Right, either in that position or in the reverse top hand position like this to push back like that. It could damage those prints.
Well, that's witness.
Yes, sir.
investigator, you use words like possibly, likely, maybe, unlikely. Truth is, you don't know any of those answers unless you try, right?
That's correct.
What's this right here?
That's the magazine.
The magazine. For example, I'm not gonna load it, but typically the way you load one of these is you grab a hold of it, and you put the bullet in here, and you put another one in here. And you put another one in there. And then you take this and put it in here and you do that with it, right? And then to release it, all you do is you just hit that little button and it comes out, right? And so then to pull it out, it doesn't just fall out. It doesn't just fall out. You got to actually grab it, pull it out, just like that.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Most
So
of the
there's
time,
other ways to do
there's
it.
other ways to do it.
Right.
There's, by
Grab it.
design, they're supposed to fall through.
They're supposed to. You can grab it like this,
Right.
or you can grab it like that.
Right.
But to put it in there, you're typically not going to put it in here like this right here, are you?
Typically.
No, you're gonna grab it. You're gonna load it, you're gonna grab it, you're gonna put it in just like that right there.
Yes,
See
sir.
how I did that? That's how you do it, right? Pretty much.
Right.
That's how you load your gun, put the
Yes,
magazine in it, right? And you hit that, it goes up. My thumbprint's on the side of that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Smooth,
Yes, sir. Relatively, yes, sir.
dry, right?
Right.
Flat. Couldn't be a better surface, maybe than a window pane for getting a fingerprint than this side of this metal in this magazine. Would you agree with me?
I would agree with you.
But the fact is, all we gotta do is dust it and see if there's anything on there, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't dust that right there, you'll never know. would you?
You would not know.
So Brianna O'Neill's print could have been on this, or where else? You go up here or up here. Could have been if we'd have dusted.
Could have been.
These bullets, somebody had to put those in the magazine, right? And it was loaded when it was found, so somebody put them in there. Can you get a print off that bullet like that?
There again, that's a small area. You might be able to get a partial. I don't know if you get enough.
Okay, so you might be able to get a partial print, but if you don't try, you won't get anything. Let me back, I forgot to ask you this a second ago. The second time that you met with Miss O'Neill, where was that?
It was here yesterday.
Yesterday, were you, did you have a conversation with her then?
I did, other than just hello.
Hello.
I did not.
Okay, what was she up there to do yesterday?
She got sworn in by the court yesterday.
Okay. Did y'all have a conversation with her then?
I did. Other than just to remind her that she had to
Need to be here today.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, that's all.
Nothing else, Jeff?
All right, and I'm sure, I would assume he's subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
However, the rule's been invoked. Of course, you know what that is. Of course, with this, you'll be talking with the lawyers anyway, but don't talk with the witnesses about your testimony. Thank you.
Judge, we approach.
Yes, sir.
Ms. O'Neill is next. I'd like the court to admonish her on the motion in limine. Specifically the prior bad act about this.
Okay.
So
I can
take any more than 5 minutes.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have to have a quick hearing, so I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room. I told you in voir dire, you can skip leg day this week. The jury room, ma'am. You need to go to the jury room. I know it's so roomy back there. All right, call your witness.
We call Brianna now.
All right, and we are outside the presence of the jury, the attorney for the state, the attorney for the defendant, and the defendant present in the courtroom. Yes, Miss O'Neill. Miss O'Neill, I've already placed you under oath. However, when we finish this little part right here, I'm going to ask you to leave the witness stand. And because you haven't been placed under oath in front of the jury, I will place you under oath again, okay? Just so you know, going ahead. All right, go ahead but you are under oath. Go ahead and take the stand. I don't want you to talk into that microphone. So kind of if you could push it away, Ronnie. I don't want the jury to hear. All right, and Miss O'Neill, the reason that we sent the jury out when you first came in is the court has made certain rulings as they apply to your testimony and anyone's testimony for that matter. First of all, I don't know if you know any of Mr. Franny Martin's alleged criminal history, but if you do, I don't want you to say anything about it. Don't say, well, I know he had warrants or I know he's been to the penitentiary before. You don't say anything like that. You understand me? I don't know what you know, but don't say that. I need you to answer yes or no out loud. Okay. And the reason I need you to is because she's got to take it down. Now, don't be nervous, okay? This happens a lot with witnesses. Are you nervous? Well, I'm not. Are y'all nervous? They're not nervous either, so don't be nervous. Secondly, and if I miss something, y'all let me know. It's my understanding in speaking with the attorneys that there is this alleged incident where, and I don't know details, where you have told them that Mr. Franny Martin pulled a gun on you. Maybe this gun that's in evidence, maybe another gun, I don't know. You cannot say anything about that. Do you understand me? You can't mention it. You can't mention anything. And he threatened me, he hit me, he bit me, he cussed me, nothing like that. Do you understand that? Now, if we get to a point in the trial where you can say those things, I'll bring you in like I'm here, like I do now, or I have now, and I'll tell you what you can say. All right, but to stay away from any of his prior criminal history, any of him doing drugs or anything that would be bad. Can't say anything like that. You understand that? Just very carefully listen to the question of the lawyers and then answer only that question, okay? We got it?
Yes.
Fair enough?
Yes.
All right, so remember, I'm going to send you back to sit next to the lady back there. And then when the jury comes in, you'll stand up. I'll bring you up again. I'll swear you in and you'll take the witness stand, okay? Anything?
Yes, Your Honor, the additional information about she was, somebody came to her and asked her if you wanted her to take the charge.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. So I've also, it's my understanding that you had told somebody that another female came to you and said, hey, he would like for you to take this charge. You can't. It was what?
Oh, yes, sir.
You can't say anything about that either. Okay, don't say anything about it. Now, if the lawyers, they're going to ask you very specific questions, limit your answer to those specific questions. Is there anything else? Mr. Mills?
I don't believe so.
All right, go ahead and have a seat next to the young lady back there. And remember, I'm going to swear you in again because they haven't seen it. All right, let's bring them in. All right, y'all may be seated. State's next witness.
We call Bree and O'Neill.
All right, Miss O'Neill, if you could come forward. And ma'am, if you'll raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, follow the bailiff there to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable, and please use the microphone, but you don't have to be right on top of it. Just make sure you speak towards it. And Ms. Carpenter, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill, would you please state your first name and last name and spell it with the reporter?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Bree Ann O'Neill. My first name is B-R-E, capital A, N, last name, capital O, apostrophe, capital N-E-A-L.
Okay, thank you. And where do you live?
Athens.
How long have you lived here?
4 years.
Where are you originally from?
Tyler.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school was that?
Chapel Hill. Okay.
And have you ever testified before?
No, ma'am.
Are you a little nervous?
Yeah.
Okay, just breathe, and all we're asking is you tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know the defendant?
I met him in my apartments through a mutual friend
How long have you known him?
since the incident, before the incident, that's a couple months.
Couple of months. You see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please point him out and say an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Collar shirt.
Your Honor, ask that she made an in-court identification of the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd known him a couple of months before June 4th, 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
and were y'all together on June 4th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
What were y'all doing?
Well, I was driving to Dallas. I had made some plans with some friends and he had asked me for a ride. And I could drop him off on my way to where I'm going since he was in the same.
Was there an arrangement regarding who was going to drive?
Well, it's my car, but he was thinking he wanted to drive due to, I guess he said I didn't drive it good.
I'm sorry?
Well, he said I didn't drive that good, I guess, too slow.
Oh, okay. And so where did y'all start? Where did you get into the car?
Well, when we first got into the car, well, I was already in the driver's seat, but he told me he wanted to drive, so that's when I got in the passenger seat at my apartment complex.
We're in Athens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know what route you were going to go to Dallas?
Yes, ma'am. Is that, I'm not that good with direction, but is that, I'm not sure the name of the road.
Okay. Did you go through a town called Houston?
Yes, ma'am, whatever that road is. Is it 79?
Now, you said that you own this car?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of car was it?
It was a 2008. Two cars with it.
Okay. And this car, did you have insurance on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a driver's license?
Well, I had my ID, I didn't have it at this time.
Okay. Now, do you own a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of guns do you have?
I own 2 Taurus with 9mm bullets
Okay, and where do you keep those?
at my mom's house.
And where's your mother's house?
Okay, Texas.
Is that in Dallas County?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever had those guns in Henderson County?
No, ma'am.
Have they ever left that residence of your mother?
No, ma'am. I bought them and, she was there with me in Athens, but they went directly to our house because the environment's not.
Have you ever shot them?
No.
Do you have any impediments where you can't have a gun? I mean, do you have any, you're allowed to have a gun?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
In your apartment here in Athens, have you ever had a gun in your apartment?
No, ma'am.
You allow people to come into your home knowing that they have a gun?
Absolutely not.
You have children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
I have 2. My son will be 4 next month. My daughter will be 8. So
So you don't have guns in your apartment?
absolutely not.
Have you ever traveled in your car with a gun?
No, ma'am. I'm going to take it to my mother's house. It hasn't lived in my house.
Okay, was that in your car?
We were in her car. It was in her trunk.
And then those guns were left at her house in Dallas County. Now, the day of the incident, that you were going through Eustis, again, he was driving the car, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And, What happened?
Well, the police that got behind us, I guess we were speeding and we had got pulled over.
And when you got pulled over, did you have interaction with a police officer?
Yes, ma'am, he had, asked me a couple questions.
Okay, and did you, were you answering his questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Or did he ask your name
Yes, ma'am, he asked for it.
and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you give him your real name
Yes, ma'am.
and your date of birth?
Absolutely.
At that time, did he also say something about smelling marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did you respond?
I gave it to him.
Okay, you had marijuana in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't take you long to give it to him, correct?
Absolutely.
Did you know if there was anything else in the car?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant make any statements to you about a gun being in the car?
Yes, but I wasn't completely, I was in shock really, so I was just thinking about the marijuana.
What did the defendant say to you?
Get the gun, get the gun. When the police got behind us, that's all I heard, and we were both in shock, really. I'm thinking about this, you know, the lead, CPS, a lot was going through my mind at the time. I think I had a couple of tickets that were okay.
So did you know that there was a gun in the car before him?
Absolutely not.
Now, just to clarify, when you got in the car with the defendant, did you know that he had a gun in the car?
No, ma'am, when he got in the car with me, I didn't know.
And when is the first time that you possibly knew that there was a gun in the car?
When he said that he did it.
That's what was your.
Miss O'Neill, how old are you?
I just turned 25.
25? What do you do for a living?
I work at Biomed.
You work where?
I have civil medical equipment at Biomed.
You do anything else for a living?
No, sir.
Nothing?
I have 2 kids.
Okay. Do they live with you?
Yes,
So you'd known him about a couple of months and he was over at your apartment and you were going to Dallas and so he wanted to ride to Dallas?
sir, he wasn't at my apartment. He was inside of my apartment complex due to his relative. That's the reason why he was in my apartment, because his relative stayed at the apartment beside me.
Okay,
So he had walked up to my car and asked me for a ride.
for a ride to Dallas?
Absolutely.
Okay, so first of all, you and I have never talked about,
No, sir.
you've never met me until right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know these 2 individuals?
Yes.
He has a relative that lives in the same apartment complex as you do, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how did he know you were going to Dallas?
Well, he came to my car and asked me a series of questions and found out I was going to Dallas. He had asked me to drop him off.
Okay, so are you already in your car?
Yes, in the driver's seat at the time.
So you're in your car, in the driver's seat, right? All right. When he comes up to your
Hold on a
car,
second, I didn't hear.
Oh, yes.
You have to answer out loud because she has to take it down.
Yes, sir.
so you're in your car in the driver's seat in the apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
And he comes up to your car and asks you for a ride to Dallas.
Yes.
And does he get in the car right then?
Did you get in the car right then?
Mm-hmm.
It took me a while to debate about it. I wasn't sure. But
I'm sorry, can you pull that or speak up into that microphone so I can hear you? There you
yes,
go.
sir. It took a while for me to be okay with it, but figured it was the least that I could do, just give him a ride.
Okay, so after you decided you were okay with it and that you could give him a ride, did you get out of the car and get into the passenger seat?
He suggested that he wanted to drive because he didn't like the way that I drove.
Okay, did you get out to get in the passenger seat or did you just scoot over to get in?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but you got in the passenger seat some way
Absolutely.
and then he got in the driver's seat,
Yes, sir.
okay? And y'all leave the apartment complex, headed towards Dallas, right? Is that right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. And your testimony today that at that time, when he got in the car, you got in the passenger seat and y'all left the apartment complex headed to Dallas. But at that time, you didn't know he had a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor asked you a minute ago, when was the first time you knew he had a gun? And you said, when the police got behind us, he said, take the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my question is, how, do you know where the gun was found?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Under the seat?
Okay. Did you see him put the gun under the seat?
No, sir.
Well, when the police got behind you, did he put the gun under the seat?
I'm not sure.
When you were sitting right next to him, when the police got behind you, it's a real simple question. When the police got behind you, did you see him take the gun and hide it under the seat?
No, sir.
Did you see him pull the gun out and hand it to you and say, here, you take the gun? Did you do that?
No, sir. He said, get the gun. I said, where is it?
And you said, where is it?
He said, under the seat.
And so my question to you, Miss O'Neill, is how is it that he can get in your car, presumably have the gun on him and in his waist? You didn't see it, right?
No, I didn't.
Because she just asked you the first time, and you said it wasn't until the police got behind us, right?
Absolutely.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir. You just asked me.
Hold on. Only answer the question that he asked.
Oh, okay.
If you want to explain more, the state can ask you to do that, but
Okay.
only answer the questions he asked. Thank you, ma'am.
My question was, that you testified a minute ago that the first time you knew he had a gun was when the police got behind you and he said, here, take the gun,
Yes,
right?
yes,
So up until that time, you didn't know he had a gun, right?
yes.
Is that right?
Not that day, but a few days prior, he said.
Hold on a second. Only,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
only
Yes.
answer the questions that he asked.
Can you ask the question?
Yeah, I'll ask it real simple. Up until that time, when the police got behind you, you did not know he had a gun in that car, did you? Isn't that right? Isn't that what you said?
Yes,
Okay. So how is it that he can take a gun and take it out of his waist and stick it and hide it underneath the seat where it was found without you seeing it?
can I answer the question?
Yeah, how is it that he
I
can
think
do that
it's
without you
easy.
seeing it?
Easily, because I was distracted. I was rolling with weed, we were smoking when we got pulled over by the police. I wasn't
Was that
focused
your-
on what he was doing.
Okay, so you weren't watching what he was doing.
No, I was annoyed actually that he been asked me for a favor.
Okay.
Extremely upset. But I
Whose marijuana was it?
I'm not sure.
Ms. O'Neill, your marijuana was in your glove box in your car. When the officer asked you about the marijuana, you reached in your glove box and pulled it out and handed it. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so was it your marijuana?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
He could have given it to me.
Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions. The prosecutor asked you if you owned a gun. You said yes. What kind of gun do you own?
2 Taurus, 9mm,
2 Taurus 9mm.
same brand.
Madam Pro- witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Want to hand you, Miss O'Neill, State's Exhibit 3C. Not loaded, already been checked. What kind of gun is that? A Taurus 9mm, right? Just like the 2 that you own, right?
No, this was completely different. They're brand new. They haven't been used.
Okay. You had bullets that look like these, 9mm bullets for
I've
your
never
2?
opened-
You'll let me finish my question. Did you have bullets for your Taurus 9mm? Do you have bullets for those 2 guns?
Yes, when we bought the 2 guns, they came in the box and they're still in the box.
Okay, but in 9mm bullets?
I don't remember. I didn't,
Why
I'm
did
not a big gun fan. I have no idea actually.
Why did you buy these 2 guns? These 2 Taurus 9mm?
Yes, I bought one for me, one for my boyfriend at the time.
Okay. You don't find it coincidental, Miss O'Neill, that is a Taurus 9mm, and it just so happens that you have 2 Taurus 9mm at your mother's house? You don't find that coincidental at
I
all?
find it extremely coincidental.
It is extremely coincidental, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Of course, you say today that your 2 Taurus 9mm are at your mother's house and you've never seen that Taurus 9mm that was pulled out from under your seat in your car, right?
Right.
Ms. O'Neill, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions about getting ready for this trial, okay? You, do you recall an investigator from the DA's office, Hispanic gentleman, kind of short, coming out to your apartment on December the 22nd, I believe, serving you with a subpoena?
I do.
Okay. Did you talk to him that day?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Cox and Ms. Carpenter and Investigator Hill coming to your apartment last week and talking to you about this case?
Yes.
Do you recall Investigator Hill asking you last week if you knew that gun was in the car? Do you recall that?
Miss who, Mr. Who?
Investigator Hill. Not, there were 3 of them that came out last week, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
These 2 prosecutors and their investigator, Investigator Hill.
Okay.
Do you recall Investigator Hill asking you if you knew that that 9mm was found in that car?
Do I recall him asking?
Uh-huh.
No.
Okay. So if he came in here and testified earlier that he specifically asked you, did you know the gun was in the car? You don't remember him doing that?
I recall them asking me questions about the gun, exactly what questions I cannot tell. You just put me in shock.
Okay. And the bottom line is, you told them last week, Ms. O'Neill, that you had no idea that that gun was in that car, didn't you?
Yes.
And you came up here yesterday too, didn't you?
I did.
And you talked to the prosecutors and the investigator yesterday too, didn't you?
I did.
And yesterday, you told them the same thing, yesterday, that you had no idea that that gun was in that car. Didn't you tell them that yesterday,
Yes. I did.
right? Is that right? Did you tell them that yesterday, Ms. O'Neill?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Today, after the trial started, you went and met with Ms. Carpenter in the DA's office, didn't you?
Yes.
And today, in the middle of this trial, for the very first time ever, you told, I'm assuming her, just what you testified to a minute ago, that when the police got behind you, that Mr. Martin asked you to take the gun, right? Isn't that what you told her just a few minutes
Absolutely
ago?
what happened.
Isn't that what you told her a few minutes ago?
That's absolutely what happened.
Okay. That's the first time you've told anybody that story, isn't it?
When it comes to policemen,
Yes, ma'am.
actually, I think I told the first man that came to see me, I think I told him that. Cause I thought he was coming to,
You talking about the guy that struck you with a subpoena?
yes, I was talking to him about it. I was talking to him about it to see how much involved that I was.
Okay, so if I were to call that investigator here in a minute and ask him the same questions that I asked Mr. Hill a minute ago, did you deny knowing anything about the gun? You think he's gonna tell this jury that, yeah, you told him all about the gun when he first came to see you?
Well, I know I told him that he.
No, Miss O'Neill, truth of the matter is that you changed your story a couple hours ago. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Just a few hours ago, after this trial had already started. And for
I had
months,
no idea.
and for months, this happened a year and a half ago. And for months, you were telling them and telling the investigators that you had no idea that that gun was in the car until 2 hours ago. You tell Miss Carpenter, oh yeah, it was in the car. Oh yeah, it was in the car, and he told me to get rid of it. Just put it all over him, didn't he?
He said, get the gun, get the gun. I don't know what he wanted me to do with it after that.
That's not my point. My question is, that's the first time.
Hold on, everybody, just calm down. Look at me, I'm not asking the questions, just calm down. Mr. Mills, go ahead.
I'm not trying to trick you up, Miss O'Neill. I'm just trying to get the truth out here. And the
That's
truth
not
is,
hard.
you'll let me finish my question. The truth is that for the last year and a half and the last 3 times that you talked to the DA's office and their investigators, you have denied knowing anything about that gun. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And 2 hours ago, after this trial has started, you change your story and now tell them, and come in here and tell this jury that, oh yeah, you knew the gun was there because he tried to get you to hide, right? Isn't that what you did?
What's the question?
Isn't that what you did? Huh?
Can't believe it. So what's the question again? 'Cause I
Ma'am,
can't
hold
believe
on, ma'am. I need you to listen closely to the question and I just need you to answer it. Just
I
answer
can't
the
believe
question.
this. I'm
Hold on.
shocked. If it was mine, I would have said.
Oh,
that.
ma'am. Look, I understand it's your first time testifying, right? It's not about a conversation. It doesn't work that way. Just answer his question. And when the state asks you a question, just answer it.
Yes.
Okay.
My question is, isn't it true that 2 hours ago, you changed your story and now say that he tried to get you to hide the gun? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so when they're asking you for all this time, you're telling them that you didn't know the gun was in there at any time, that was all just a lie, wasn't
Yes.
it? And is it also a lie, Miss O'Neill, that just so happens that that Taurus 9mm that was found under your seat wasn't yours?
That's absolutely not. That's not mine.
You just happen to have 2 other Taurus 9mm.
If they're still in the box. If I would have known that it was people or the information. Yes, I know.
Okay, so.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you. Brianne? You're under oath right now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're telling the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you didn't tell about what the defendant said to you in the car regarding the gun previously, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, you told us you didn't know anything about a gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason why you did that?
Because I didn't want to have nothing to do with him getting in trouble, because regardless of how much we were disconnected, I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to be involved in nothing for him to go to jail. I just, if he could go without me having to say something, you know, it's just a lie. I feel bad for him. I felt bad. I wanted y'all to get it done without me. I didn't want to have to be here.
But you're here now. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there something about the defendant that made you not want to tell the information about the gun?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick recess. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room. I'm going to ask her to retire to the jury room. She needs a break anyway. Just give us about 5 minutes. It's okay. Just relax. You're fine. Just stay there. But when they come in, I need you to stand, okay? All right, y'all can be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. I have no idea where that question's going, and that's really open-ended.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was going to follow up. It was basically that she was just wanted him out of her life. It was a follow-up. I'm sorry if I rephrased it.
Well, because I instructed her only answer the questions that are asked, and you asked a really open-ended question, which I have no idea what's going to come out of her mouth next. And I think I probably jumped the gun before Mr. Mills did, but it's the court's order, and so.
Yes, Your Honor.
So
Just based on what she said to me in my office.
what is it?
She just wanted him out of her life. She was, just didn't want to have any trouble.
I know what the danger in that is, because then the obvious answer to the next question is why? Because there's been no testimony about, I just stand up for my back. I just have to be careful here. I don't want to have a mistrial here when we're in the red zone. We're almost there. It's so, I mean, that insinuates that there was a romantic relationship of some sort, and none of that's been testified to. And so there's a real danger that she's going to say what I've specifically said she can't say. And so, I mean, I don't want to cut your question off, but I just want, can we ask it a different way?
Definitely, Your Honor.
And well, can you share with us how you're going to rephrase it? Because I don't want to have a mistrial.
I guess I could phrase it as, she just didn't want to have any trouble.
She's already testified to that. And I guess I'm trying to find a safe question. And I'm not trying to try your case, and I hope you don't think that.
Yes, sir.
She's an inexperienced witness. She's emotional. Well, I'm talking about you like you're not here, but I know you're, hold on. She's an inexperienced witness. She's nervous as all get out. She's crying. And there's a real danger in if you ask her an open-ended question like that, she's going to tell, well, whatever it is she told you. So I just don't understand where you were going with it.
It was just why she didn't tell the truth. Why, well, not necessarily not tell the truth, but why didn't she divulge?
Okay.
Why, she didn't want to get him in trouble. She just wanted him out of her life. That's it.
Mr. Mills?
I think she's already testified to that. I thought she already asked her, why did you not tell him? And she said, I didn't want to get in trouble. I thought I heard her say that. I'm to be wrong, but I thought she already testified to something.
She did. She said, I just wanted y'all to do this without me.
So, I don't know, depends on what her answer is. I don't want her answer to be, I'm afraid of him.
So just phrase your question, ma'am, listen to the question, and then I want you to give your answer, and then we'll kind of go from there. Go ahead.
Basically, you didn't tell the prosecutors or the investigator about the gun, what he said, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that was because
I just wanted to have nothing to do with him. I wanted to be able to convict him of his crime without having to involve me, because I have 2 kids.
All right. All right, so here's what I suggest we do. When you say convict him of his crime, well, that insinuates that he committed a crime, so I'm not going to allow her to say that, but I think this, and again, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I just don't want you to say that. So I think the safe answer is I wouldn't want anything to do with it. I wanted him out of my life, which is what you said. I just wanted to be done. Don't say anything about convict him of his crime. Okay?
I'm sorry, y'all.
But don't, hey, this is normal in a jury trial. We good enough? Okay, bring him back in. This time you can stand. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all may be seated. And thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Still your witness, Ms. Carpenter.
Thank you. Bree, just to follow up, again, you didn't tell our office that you knew anything about it. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. But you're testifying today that he stated to you, get the gun, get the gun. And is it your statement that you did that because you just wanted him out of your life? Yes, ma'am. That's why you didn't tell the truth then? Yes, ma'am. It wasn't the whole truth, correct? Correct. But again, you're telling the truth today. Yes, ma'am. Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. crossface on the redirect?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
So Ms. O'Neill, you said earlier that you just didn't want to get him in trouble, right? You didn't want to get him in trouble. When this happened, isn't it true that you went with Officer Huckabee to the water tower where other deputies were located? And that you showed them, because they didn't know who he was then, right? They couldn't find his name, wasn't coming back. You remember that?
You said they didn't know who you were.
Let me start up. Let me start up. When this happened on June the 4th of 2021, and the officer kept asking you what his name was. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, we all watched it on video a little while ago. He kept asking, what's his real name? What's his real name? Remember that? Okay. And you said a minute ago that the reason you're changing your story is because all this time you just didn't want to get him in trouble, right? Okay. But isn't it true that on June the 4th, 2021, when this happened, and Officer Huckabee kept asking you what his name was, and you kept telling him, wasn't coming back. So they took you to the water tower. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I was at the
Went over to the water tower where the other deputies were located, and you actually told the deputies, hey, he's got a Facebook page, and you opened up his Facebook page and showed them his Facebook page.
To prove I wasn't lying.
That's right. So if you would have not, if you'd been trying to protect him and not get him in trouble, you wouldn't have opened up his Facebook page, showed the deputies who he was, would you?
Yes, I would,
You would have, okay.
because I wanted to protect, I didn't want them to know I wasn't lying about his identity.
These two guns that you say are, these two Taurus 9mm that you say are at your mother's house, have you sold one of those?
No, sir.
They're still up there?
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, excuse subject to recall.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you are excused subject to recall. The rule has been invoked, and basically what that means is do not discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers for the case. Not your mother, not your friend, no one. You understand that? You can tell them you testified, but you can't tell them what you said or what was asked. You understand that? And you cannot remain in the courtroom while other testimony is going on. And so if you'll just go ahead and head out to, you want her in the lobby? Or you want her in your office? Well, you should just go with the lady from the DA's office and they'll tell you where to go. All right, thank you, ma'am. Are we at a stopping point for the day, or do y'all have another witness on deck?
I think you have one more witness to be finished by 5.
Okay. State's next witness.
Call Ray Yawkey.
Yes. Hold him up right there. Y'all come on up.
What time? We might as well send them home. They're gonna have to have a hearing on this.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I'm going to do now, I think that was talking about the attorneys that we'd go well after 5. I don't think it's snowing out there, but I checked at lunch. I think it was in the Panhandle and down in the Fort Worth, and you never know. And so, quite honestly, if we kept going, it'd be after 5 anyway. So we're going to go ahead and break for the evening. Please remember the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone, even amongst yourselves. If there's any news accounts, don't Google anything, don't watch anything concerning this trial, if there's anything out there. And with that, unless anybody's got anything, y'all be safe. And if y'all can just be assembled about 8:45 in the morning, we'll put you back in the jury room first, and then we'll get started. Anybody got any issues?
Your juror badges and your note.
All right, y'all be safe. All right, for the jury.
Everybody's just,
And I think she got everybody riled up.
well, I mean, it's been like that all day. I mean, everybody's just.
What are they doing again? Hey, you got to be seated. I'm just laughing at Melody giving me her, "Wah!"
Everybody's having caffeine.
I have, Ronnie keeps feeding it to me. All right, let's see. We are outside the presence of the jury, the attorneys for the state, attorney for the defendant, and the defendant is present in the courtroom. Just before we broke for the evening, the state had called investigator Ray Yockey. Mr. Mills approached the bench along with the state and indicated that we needed to have a presence out or a hearing outside their presence before his testimony. So the court went ahead and broke for the day, sent the jury away. And so the state's next witness has been called. It's investigator Ray Yockey, and I'll ask the state first. What is his, I guess, intended subject of his testimony?
We have a jail call, and he's gonna authenticate a jail call that
And they called me yesterday and read me a transcript of that jail call, and from what I heard on transcript, and I'd like to. So I guess we need to let the court listen to what's on the jail call. My position was after I heard her, like, what does that have to do with anything? So I have a relevance objection to it. Is that it?
Remember I asked you about giving.
Oh, okay, that's right, yeah.
But quite honestly, I mean, that was slipped under my desk,
Did Kevin not tell you about it?
no, he did. But I honestly haven't had time to listen to it because I wanted to eat lunch and I had that tele appointment.
But he did, he asked me if he could give it to you, and I said, sure, no problem.
But for the record, I have apparently what says jail call in it, but I haven't listened to it. I haven't even taken it out of the DVD envelope. Do y'all want to play it right now?
Sure.
How long is it?
it's a 20-minute call, but there's only a snippet.
Well, do you intend to play the whole thing or a snippet? Then play the snippet. But if you intend to play the whole thing and if the whole thing goes back to the jury, I gotta hear the whole thing. All right, and let's mark it as so I need to have a number for record purposes.
We would offer it as states 5.
Okay, so this would be offered as states 5. So we're listening to states in anticipated exhibit 5.
Oh, Judge, it's only 8 minutes, 45 seconds.
Well, let's just listen to the whole.
Sure, sure.
Because a lot of times it's better if I have context.
You have $25.00.
You want me to be what you want?
What's going on? I said, I got 25, I don't be able to do it no more, so I ain't working on it, we listen time. I got transportation. So I took a little project. How you doing? Huh?
I'm that's supposed to be coming down.
Tonight, don't you?
Huh?
That's supposed to be tonight?
Yeah. I don't know what, so we got a video to the export. I guess.
Oh, you say, so you got a video of that, would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to him.
I haven't, I was gonna try here today, because I ain't tried to tell another yesterday. Because I got another week, then I have to brag it. Tourism, for tourism.
Yeah, I know. You know, remember that weekend? This weekend, that Saturday? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. By the way, for them.
Okay.
Not in the room, we just set it up on the phone, now, we can, use the vehicle.
That's good, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, you already know you always look kidding like this. I say you already know you always look kidding like it's real, son.
Yeah. Instead of down on that.
Good, it's good.
Probably was testing that you start for some help, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that. And then he just frustrated because he's like today, he's saying he can't get no full week. He needs to get a full week, like full days. And he just. We gotta get it to you. We got no people. I sure would be glad for them to get in some place to stay. Well, I see, I'm hoping and praying it's out of the guy.
Yeah, I already saw that, they're coming back on the phone, so we're. But I get that job, you don't mind, you got a call, sit around, take care of this. But that, no, that's not, cause I came home doing good and just try everything good, going for me, so shit, I know I can do.
Yep, you ain't doing the right time, you ain't the right thing where you're doing, I ain't gonna come to a dream of a piece,
I was doing this, just appointed.
Yeah, you were doing that.
Yeah, no, I said.
Hanging up from, the trip you was on with that gun, that's what tripped you up. If you was on a big trip with a gun, he said, and I never took that here. Just because you also wave the gun around.
Can y'all pause it for a second?
Yeah.
I don't understand a whole lot of what's going on here. I guess the acoustics of that aren't real good. I just heard something about waving a gun around, but she said that, not him.
Correct. So she said something about you were waving a gun around. He said I wasn't waving it around. And then we're almost to the other part of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back a little bit, so just to give the court some context.
Yeah, no, I said.
Hanging up from, the trip you was on with that gun, that's what tripped you up. If you was on a big trip with a gun, he said, and I never took that here. Just because you also wave the gun around.
No, what you talking about?
Yeah, I got a call to call you and say you stopped it while you were down there. Yes, I do know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, but you were making it known that you had it.
Pretty much it.
What, I think maybe I heard him say, is that his mother he's talking to, or? Okay. And so I think I hear her say, you're on a big trip waving a gun around, and he said something about I wasn't waving it around. You don't know what you're talking about. I would just ride, I'm riding with it like everybody else, something like that.
No. No. He
I just like
said
said
everybody
something.
has a gun. There's no, I can't tell from this, the transcript that they read and listening, when in time they're even talking about. They could have been talking about something that happened 6 months ago or 6 years ago. I mean, there's nothing in what I heard where he's talking, he denies it, he says, shit, everybody has a gun. Where he admitted to having anything, but there's no time in there. When does it say that he had the gun? I mean, if he had said on the way to Dallas, I had the gun, or that day I had the gun, or or something like that, but this is just, I didn't hear about a time frame. So in my opinion, he really didn't even admit to having a gun, but he kind of says, well, shit, everybody has a gun. So I guess if that's an admission that he possessed a gun, when? And so if it wasn't that day, then it's extraneous. So to bring in testimony like this from a call that says, shit, everybody has a gun, make it sound like he has a gun. That's kind of like what she said before that. You know, that's not, we can't bring that in. Extraneous stuff that may have had a gun the week before. 2 days before.
Well, this said a big trip, and at first I thought big trip was maybe pure trip, like in prison, so I don't.
I thought, what I took from that was that he was on some power trip.
Okay.
That's what, but I could be wrong. I thought that's what she was talking about. He was on some power trip, acting like all tough guy with a gun, waving a gun around. And then he says, I wasn't waving a gun around. And then it kind of mumbled, and then he said, shit, everybody has a gun, or everybody has one. He didn't say he had one. He didn't say when he had one, or he did have one on that day. They're just trying to muddy up things here, getting him talking about everybody, shit, everybody has a gun, everybody has a gun. You know, that seems extremely reaching and extraneous and prejudicial.
State.
Judge, I point out that this jail call was made right after he was arrested by Athens police. In context, they're talking about his arrest.
How do you, I mean, you can make that deduction, but there's nothing in there that, from what you hear on that tape, there's nothing that she said when you were arrested, or yesterday, or last, whenever the tape was made. So I don't know when they're talking about it. From listening to it, and from what Jenny read me yesterday, I couldn't tell when, what they were talking about, when in time. I see how if we could pinpoint in time that he was admitted to having a gun on that day, yes, I see the relevance. But to just say, shit, everybody has a gun.
And Judge, 2 things about that. One, that would go to weight, not admissibility. That's an argument we've often made in front of the jury. But this is still a statement against interest, admission of a party opponent, so it overcomes a hearsay. If we plan on having Deputy Yaki authenticate. But Judge, if he's going to claim, if he's going to try and pin this gun on this O'Neill, or say his client had no knowledge it was under there, when he says, shit, everybody has a gun, that's an admission that he has a gun.
I totally disagree with that. If I say, shit, everybody has a gun, that means I have a gun, and I had a gun yesterday? How do you, I mean, that's a huge, that's, I get it, it goes to weight, not admissibility. No. It's gotta be relevant first. I don't see how that statement, how is it a statement against his interest on what he did that day, what he was arrested for, what he's been charged with? It may be a statement against just his character, maybe. Shit, everybody has a gun. He didn't say, yeah, no, I shouldn't have had that gun yesterday. I shouldn't have had that gun when we got pulled over. Shouldn't have taken that gun with me to Dallas, or, something like that, then yeah. But just to make a blanket statement, shit, everybody has a gun. How is that a statement against his interest for what he's charged with?
The judge, it's rebuttal. It is rebuttal of a defensive theory. The defensive theory is it's her gun, that he knew nothing about it. When he says, shit, everybody has a gun, that's an acknowledgement that I have a gun. That goes to rebut a defensive theory.
Not that gun. How does that prove?
Well, I will say this. I just said yesterday, shit, everybody's a transvestite. Why is the Biden administration pushing being a tranny? That doesn't mean I'm a transvestite, because I'm not. So I mean, I do.
Taking his statement, I'm sorry, you could take that statement so many different ways, but then but I see how they're wanting to take it. Oh, well, that's a statement, that's an admission, it's a confession, it's admission, a statement against his interest, or whatever you want to call it, for what he's charged with. No, it's not, that's not specific. Well, it's not what that said.
Here's the first issue I have. I cannot understand the first part, and I know those jail calls aren't the best recordings. And so I think I need to listen to the whole thing with some beats or something, which my kids have. I can put on, I can put it at home late tonight after the basketball games. I can listen to it.
And I'd like to do that too. You know, make me kind of that. Oh, I did? Oh, okay.
And so I really need to listen to it to see the context.
And just for context, again, Judge, we can have Deputy Yaki testify to when he was booked in and testify when this jail was called to establish a time.
And so, and then secondly, I mean, if it is relevant in time, I mean, that leads up to the next thing. When did y'all pull this? And was it given to Mr. Mills earlier? I mean, that's the problem I have with these jail calls is, you know, when I see this on both sides, you know, we didn't have those jail calls when I was a defense attorney, but we sure had them as a prosecutor. We got them, I don't know, 2 or 3 years into my first term. And we'd listen to them. I mean, Justin made a living out of listening to those jail calls, but I know that the Fort Worth DA early on and Michael Morton maybe wrote a request for opinion from
We got
the.
an AG's opinion.
Was that,
We only have to turn over what we plan on playing in front of the jury.
yeah, but when you get to Morton, and this is why I'm still upset with Bobby Mims, because they didn't write this thing better, because he was TDCLA president at the time. And what they did was they passed this Michael Morton Act, and I'll never forget, it was the first annual DA's meeting we had after they passed the act, and we had, I think it was Sharon Kelleher, Court of Criminal Appeals Chief Judge, they don't call them justices. She came and spoke to us, and we're like, what in the world is this all about? She said, I have no idea. Nobody from the legislature contacted anybody in the appellate system to say, how in the world? And so, I mean, y'all know where I'm going with this is, you know, the jail records video 24/7. The jail records phone calls 24/7. Now, certainly a defendant knows when he makes calls, so he has, at least you can impute knowledge to him. But is there not a Morton duty to turn calls over that the state has? And this was the first call, or one of the first calls he made after arrested, allegedly.
Judge, the case law and the AG's opinion have been consistent that we are only obligated to turn over what we plan on playing in front of the jury. And as this court has said before,
I know.
in other cases,
When does it end?
he knows what he said too.
Right.
When does it end? And he knows what he said.
I'd like to listen to it to see, again, to see specifically what he said. It is muffled and kind of
Right.
out, and it's just hard to tell. And so, you know,
Well, let me ask you, how long you know about it?
We learned about it Friday, turned it over Friday.
Okay.
that's 4 days ago.
Judge, he's not making a notice argument.
I'm not, you're right. You're right.
But when the state turned in their Michael Morton compliance, they said, but that was before you first found out about it.
Sorry.
We have to do that Michael Morton compliance.
Right.
So but you didn't know about it then. Okay, I just need to listen to it. I mean, does Yaki need to come here and testify to anything, or we need to wait till the morning?
I don't think authentic,
That's not gonna be an issue.
yeah, I can't use my adult words right now. I don't think authentication, did I say that right? It's gonna be the issue. It's the relevance argument that Mr. Mills is making.
Okay.
That's fine, relevant.
All right, well, I'll listen to it and y'all do the same.
And if the court makes a ruling tonight, the court let Mr. Mills and I know.
Here's the issue with that. I'm headed to Scurry after this. And I have to endure watching girls basketball before the varsity plays. It's kind of like real basketball, but slower. No offense. And so I'm gonna get home late because the varsity won't play till about 7:30, 7:45. And I'll promise, well, I'm not gonna get to you tonight. I'm just gonna tell you that.
Okay.
And I wish I could, but it would be real late before I send anything to you. And I like to marinate in some things overnight anyway. I mean, because let's face it, if he says, if it turns out that his statement to his mother is, I wasn't waving around, I was just carrying it around or driving around. That's a huge piece of evidence for the state, especially concerning the testimony up to this point, or considering the testimony up to this point. And so it could be a make or break. I don't know.
I think I agree, I think it depends on what he said. I'd like to know specifically what he said. As far as just from listening to it, so I'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
No, I guess, depending on what happens with this jail call, we're probably gonna rest early tomorrow morning.
Right, and then,
Provided, Mr. Inslee and Mr. Mills, the copy of the proposed jury charges.
and I don't, I don't want you to give away your trial strategy, but
Imagine we'll get right to it.
no, I
We're
mean,
not gonna have any witnesses.
well, I didn't know. What it
Unless I need to call somebody in rebuttal, but I doubt my client will testify.
Right, I understand.
So unless I have to recall somebody, I won't go ahead and anything else.
Did you say will or won't?
Will. No.
Oh, I will.
I doubt my client.
Well, I didn't know if it depended on what it was that I rolled on.
Oh, right. Things may change. Just right now, as I sit here, I don't think he'll testify, and I don't think I'm gonna have any witnesses. I may have to call somebody in rebuttal, but probably not, unless I find something this evening that I forgot to ask Miss O'Neill.
Okay. And Mr. Franny Martin, it's kind of like I told the witness, we're talking about you like you're not here. But, and I know Mr. Mills explained to you that whether you testify or not, if he can advise you, but it's not his decision. I'm sure he's told you it's your decision. You understand that? Okay. All right.
Good.
Anything else?
Everything.
Everything all right? Okay. We'll see y'all in the morning.
8:30, 8:30.
I want y'all here at 8:30.
Yes, sir.
I've got the jury coming at 8:45.
Yes, sir. I gotta go to Walmart, buy some more tissues.
Snow? It's snowing or down?
It was up kind of close to Northwest Fort Worth, and I was like,
Freeze line?
yeah, but you never know. Now, it wasn't even a freeze line because it don't have to be freezing the snow.
Oh,
It
that's
has to
right.
be cold up
Oh,
there.
that's right, yeah.
And so I was like, man, I don't know. I looked at it real close for lunch because I thought, do we need to break early? And then it let y'all know, John Mankin, big guy. He's a real good friend of mine. He manages, his boy and mine played baseball since they
Kind
were.
of smiles a lot, smiles all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, he played baseball since T-ball together.
Uh.
And we coached together and went to school with Ashley. And so I know his daughter is a Eustis kid and they're all playing basketball in Scurry tonight. And so I told Ronnie, I said, when we come back for lunch, I said, go out there and just ask John quietly. Does he got a basketball to get to beat to that tonight? And if he says yes, we're going to stop at 4. Because I don't want a
Yeah.
juror to miss a
Right,
basketball.
sure, no,
And he said, no, theirs got canceled, but the boys did because of the weather. You know how it is about JV, whatever. But Rangers sophomore, he plays JV basketball, and they didn't cancel the boys, just the girls, I guess.
Sexism.
But what made me mad when JD was playing, it'd be the same thing, but they would move the game up. So here all the
Right.
parents were planning on being there at 6, and they
Yeah.
moved the game to 4. And we're
Yeah,
like,
like what the heck?
you know,
Yeah, I hate when they do that.
so they may do that. They may move your varsity game up.
Well, I'll make it though, but so, and I'd probably need to tell the state that too, is that's all he asked me was, hey, you got a basketball game to go to tonight? But I told him to ask. Because I don't want a juror to, that's important. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
you know, we can go an hour later tomorrow. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. See y'all.
All righty. So state was talking, they got a buddy to handle that pistol. Like, can you get a print off of here? Can you get a print off there? And they went off through that. I texted Ronnie. I said, what about the magazine and the bullet? And I said, do you think Mills will miss it? But I don't remember what your response was. And boy, he sure did. When Ronnie and I looked at each other, like as soon as he came up, I thought, boy, the state failed miserably on that one. You always get the prints off the magazine, man. How many times have we got a print off a spent shell casing? Because you don't have the gun. You get the print off the spent shell casing a lot of times.
In 27 years here, I don't think I've ever seen fingerprints solve a case or that they be able to.
No, but you at least got spread some dust and say.
Right. That's the problem. And defense attorneys know, but you didn't even try. You didn't even try. It would have, we would not be here.
No.
Yeah. No. I think one because it was a burglary.
No,
I've been watching it, that's why I was like, I didn't know if you knew it was still on or not.